water because these rip currents are brutal.
President Trump tells Fox News he's working to get talks going between Russia's Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's president.
I hope that President Zelensky will do what he has to do. He has to show some flexibility also.
CBS's Tom Hansen in New York says Air Canada is getting back to business now that striking flight attendants have reached a tentative contract with the airline.
As of now, a flight to Toronto is expected to take off and depart on time, and that is a stark change from what we've been seeing.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, expect a mix of sun and clouds, highs in the mid to upper 70s, and temperatures dip into the upper 50s later on. Tomorrow, partly to mostly cloudy with a good chance of showers, highs in the low to mid 70s, powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield 1st Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for First Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate, representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
Ansonia police are conducting an investigation with the intent of finding the individuals responsible for slashing the tires on Mayor David Cassetti's car. The incident happened between August 8th and 9th at Cassetti's home. The suspected time of the incident was between 9:30 p.m. and 2:30 a.m. Cassetti believes the incident was politically motivated and noted that it is an election year. Police are asking anyone who knows anything about the incident to contact them. State officials are reporting a drop in the number of deadly crashes on Connecticut roads in the first 7 months of the year.
We see what's happening on our roadways. Thankfully, our numbers in terms of roadway crashes and fatalities are down for the first half of the year compared to where they were the last 2 or 3 years.
There were 143 traffic deaths on all Connecticut roads in those 7 months, down from nearly 200 deaths in the same period last year. State police are also reporting a 30% drop in deadly crashes on roads patrolled by troopers, which are mostly interstates and state highways. The Connecticut road with the most deaths this year so far is Interstate 84. And Yale University's class of 2029 has arrived on the New Haven campus. Just under 1,800 first-year Yale students have been arriving at the school over the last 2 days. The opening assembly was held yesterday morning to welcome the new students and kick off the new academic year. There was a scary moment right after the assembly ended. A large tree limb split and fell at Berkeley College, startling onlookers but causing no injuries. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Do you take vitamins? While the evidence is conflicting on whether they are beneficial for health, the majority of U.S. adults do take them and frequently are confused over which ones are best. Pharmacist Victoria DeJacco at Johns Hopkins says there's one certification you can look for.
Even asking about vitamins, which vitamin is the best. If it has this USP label on it, USP is a different type of certification. The FDA does not regulate vitamins, which is what makes things a little blurrier. If you have that certification, USP is basically saying that what is on the label is actually what's in it, is that's going to be more preferable. But if you can't find that, then there's also known brands. I would stick with brands that you know.
USP stands for United States Pharmacopoeia, and it independently certifies quality as well as quantity of ingredients in vitamins and some supplements sold in the U.S. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Well, hey there, coming up the very latest on the White House push for peace between Russia and Ukraine. And our friend Megan Portfolio stops by, and as usual, she's been on the prowl for more budget funny business. This one you won't believe.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the one percenters, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox onabotulinum toxin A prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
In the UK, a planned strike could keep some racehorses in the barn.
And they're off.
Britons love a flutter, as they call betting on the horses.
It's one of the things that makes Britain uniquely British.
But the industry's Brent Donche says a government plan to hike the tax on betting to bring it in line with that already charged to online platforms will cost hundreds of millions, potentially endangering a national treasure.
We're more than just a sport. We're actually a cherished part of British culture.
So British horse racing is going on strike, cancelling races one day next month in the hopes of getting the government to back down. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The state of Oklahoma will require applicants for teaching jobs from California and New York to pass an exam that the state's top education official says is designed to safeguard against radical leftist ideology. Opponents blast the exam as a MAGA loyalty test. It'll be 50 questions long and will roll out soon. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler. The doctor is in. Now, on the Lisa Wexler Show. WICC 600 AM and 107.3 FM.
Hola, and welcome to the show. Dr. Wanda Popescu has years of experience putting us under and waking us back up. She joins us right now. She is a member of the staff of Yale Hospital. Maybe she's the last person you saw before you closed your eyes and counted 10 backwards. Dr. Popescu, hello, and welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show today. Hello.
Hello. It's really nice of you to invite me on your show.
Oh, sure. I'm delighted to have you. And the name Popescu, is that a Romanian name?
That is a Romanian name.
Yeah.
And just like a little thing, every name that you see finishes in ESCU is either Romanian or somebody that has married a Romanian.
Oh,
So
I love that.
undoubtedly that is totally Romanian, yes.
I thought it was, but I didn't really cognitively know that it was. I know that IAN is always Armenian, so now I
Yes,
know ESCU is always Romanian. I love that. Well, I also know that if it's a ski and it's SKI, it's typically Polish, but if it's SKY, it's typically Jewish, but often Polish. So, right? So
Yeah.
different spellings,
Yeah.
different origins. Very interesting. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so Dr. Popescu, you're an anesthesiologist. It is a miracle that you can put us to sleep and wake us up, and that in between we don't feel pain. Why? How is it? What is it that's happening to our brain that you can put a part of it to sleep and have us not feel pain? Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's a really, interesting question, and many times I marvel at what we are actually able to do nowadays, But the concept is that whichever way we're giving you anesthesia, and when you say putting us under, you're primarily referring to general anesthesia,
Yes.
which is one type of anesthesia. Basically, the substance, we give you different substances. Some of them, we give them through your vein, so through your bloodstream. Some of them we give you through the form of you inhale them when you breathe. And the point is that they kind of have an effect on your brain in which they lower the excitability of your brain and increase inhibition. So therefore, they decrease the ability of transmitting the information regarding pain, which comes from the surgery that's inflicting pain. It also produces sleep, and it also produces amnesia. So it's also you are not aware of what is happening, because it would be a problem if you'd be aware even though you wouldn't have pain. Analgesia, and it kind of also helps to relax the strong muscles that we have. But this is, in short, the gist of giving anesthesia, general anesthesia.
It's incredible. And what is the name of the drug that does that the most effectively, and who invented that drug?
The thing is, we, as I pointed out to you, we have a multitude of substances. The most common one, and we can use them in different forms, and we give many medications. It's not just one medication that we give, but one of them is really famous, right, because of Michael Jackson, and that is propofol.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So Michael Jackson used to abuse propofol because he had problems with sleep. And of all the drugs, obviously the big ones that everybody hears about are narcotics, right? And that's the biggest or the most commonly known drugs to be abused by people are narcotics. But Michael Jackson used propofol to fall asleep, and the advantage with propofol is that if you are given only propofol, which, by the way, has it just has the ability to put you to sleep and to make you forget. It doesn't have any kind of anti-pain properties. When you wake up from this, and for those people who have undergone colonoscopies or upper endoscopies, they might remember that feeling, because that's what we typically give for those procedures. You wake up extremely refreshed and kind of like clear-headed, and that's what made Michael Jackson abuse that drug. So this is one of the drugs that we use. Of course, we will always have to give people undergoing surgery narcotics, because it's an important anti-algic, anti-pain medication. And then there are a whole slew of medications that you could inhale, such as sevoflurane, desflurane, less likely used now, isoflurane, all sorts of fluorine derivatives, drugs that you inhale and have sort of this action of amnesia, hypnosis, and analgesia.
Okay, we're chatting with Dr. Wanda. It's really interesting. Dr. Wanda Popescu from Yale Hospital, 203-333-9422, who's an anesthesiologist. So what I'm listening to is that, are you as an anesthesiologist, are you sort of mixing the cocktail for each individual patient depending on their procedure and how long the surgeon needs them to be under and what part of the body is being operated on?
100%. I am the masterful bartender that mixes just the right amount of drugs, at the right time. And I think it's important to point out that an anesthesiologist doesn't do only puts you to sleep. I think more importantly, monitors you while you're asleep to make sure that all your vital signs, your blood pressure and your heart rate and your oxygen levels are all in good condition. And if that is not the case, then takes actions to treat that. We monitor the situation and have to adapt dramatically and really fast to the situation at hand. Let's suppose the surgeon gets into bleeding, we immediately need to address that. Give potentially blood transfusion or product transfusion. So an anesthesiologist does more than just puts you to sleep and wakes you up, but makes sure that you are safe throughout that entire period. And in moments of distress, takes actions to fix the problem and keep you alive. And obviously, for somebody who's young and healthy, that's easy. But somebody at the other spectrum of the age that's that's elderly and with a lot of other diseases, that can become a lot more challenging than we realize or than the population realizes. But fortunately enough, anesthesia has in the last decades made humongous progress towards becoming more and more safe.
We're chatting with Dr. Wanda Popescu. I agree with you. I think the anesthesiologist might be the most important person in the room. Have you had patients ever wake up from general anesthesia, that shouldn't have woken up? That's something, just they had a different reaction to the drug than everybody else, and it didn't properly put them where they needed to be?
Yep. That is one risk of general anesthesia. Undoubtedly, this has certainly been minimized with all our ability to monitor, but there are certain patients that are at high risk of having this particular problem. Those are, in general, the patients that are, let's say, extremely sick, that you cannot safely give enough anesthesia to keep them under, because at that point it becomes way more important for you to keep them alive. So you make that decision. For example, patients that come from a massive trauma in which they maybe lost a lot of blood and they're like completely in extremis. And at that point, you do your best to keep them alive, and they may not tolerate adequate amounts of anesthesia to keep them at all times completely asleep and unaware. So those are kind of the situations. There are patients that are undergoing heart surgery with a cardiopulmonary bypass machine are also at high risk of potentially having these complications, of being aware. And usually it's not being aware at all times, but maybe have sparks of awareness. Also, pregnant patients that go for emergency cesarean deliveries where it is more important to take out the baby alive and well. Yeah. And for that, you might, for the sake of the baby and also of the mother, you might not be able to, again, give adequate amounts of anesthesia. And then there are the patients that, use chronically different substances, abuse those substances, and more importantly, don't inform their anesthesiologist of the situation. And then you're just not aware that maybe this particular patient may require higher levels of anesthesia.
I see. We're chatting with Dr. Wanda Popescu of Yale. You pronounce it with a V, right? Sorry about that, Doctor. Dr. Wanda Popescu. Yes. Who is an anesthesiologist. All right, we'll take your questions, 203-333-9422. We do have a question. Carla from Westport would like to know, why does anesthesia give us memory problems sometimes? What's that about? Where afterwards... Yeah, go ahead.
Fantastic question. That is a fantastic question. So obviously anesthesia works on the brain, right? That's how we bring this whole situation of amnesia, hypnosis, and analgesia. So that is the site of action of general anesthesia. Now, there are multiple hypotheses. Some of them are demonstrated. Some drugs that are administered during anesthesia just are associated with a higher incidence after general anesthesia of having either memory problems or delirium problems for several days or weeks afterwards, especially in the elderly. And I think what we see, and we do not have clear definitions as to why this is happening, but we're starting to understand more and more. For the brain that is on the verge of declaring itself of having memory issues, that is the push sometimes that you have with undergoing general anesthesia. So the older we get, the more impact anesthesia has on our brains. We're trying to look now, and there is a very large trial underway in the entire United States looking at different types of anesthesia and trying to identify whether one or the other would be better for this particular, we call it postoperative cognitive dysfunction. But other than anesthesia, there has to be a recognition of the fact that when you undergo surgery, there is a state of inflammation in your body. Just by undergoing surgery, the body responds with inflammatory mediators, and it is felt that that also contributes to that state, a little bit of confusion, fogginess that people experience after having surgery. So it's multifactorial. And then it will depend very much also on the type of surgery you have, because certain surgeries like cardiac surgery, big vessel surgery, those are more prone to having memory and dysfunction and cognitive dysfunction just by potentially showering extremely small emboli into the brains and having potentially very, very small strokes that wouldn't even be detected on a CAT scan or MRI. So it's a multifactorial process, and it's difficult to explain fully. But we are starting to gain a little bit more of an understanding, and we are starting to be able to tailor our anesthetics to try to have less impact on the cognitive function of the patient after surgery.
So let me ask you a question. I'm going to make this, and we have calls for you, so please stay with us. But my mother has developed memory issues without question. She's 91. And I'd say she's 85%-ish of what she was, but the short-term memory and even some of the long-term memory is not good. She's still very good in the present, but she's fighting a chordoma, which is a very rare, very, very rare sarcoma, very 1 in a million tumors. And we just got off the phone with this world-class surgeon, and he wants to operate. He says he can take it out. It's the size of a grapefruit, but it's sitting at the end of her tail. He's not daunted by her age at all. And it'll take 2 to 3 hours. So figure 3 to 4 hours. His part is 2 hours. Then he said it's another 45 minutes to close her up. So let's say she's under for 3 hours. She already has memory issues. Is she going to come out of this much, much worse cognitively? Because that's a big issue for us as a family and for her as a human.
That's a very good question, and it's very difficult to make a clear statement. But the surgery is it's not just taking a mole off your skin. It's a little bit more of an involved surgery,
right?
And yes, you can potentially see a decline in her cognitive function after the surgery. Undoubtedly. Now, each body is different, right? So nobody can give you a clear prediction of what's going to happen, and each body reacts differently. But just by the fact that you're telling me that she has, already has significant memory issues, I think there is a pretty good likelihood that would be somewhat aggravated. How bad will it get? I could not.
So let me ask you this, Doctor. Is there a subspecialty of anesthesiology that focuses on gerontology, on elderly issues? Should we get in a special anesthesiologist for Mom? She's 90.
I don't think, yes, there are anesthesiologists that do research, and their area of focus is elderly anesthesia, but that is not traditionally a typical,
it's not a fellowship in anesthesiology.
It's not
yet.
a fellowship.
It should be. It will be. It will be.
Probably
someone will
be.
Why don't you start it, Dr. Popescu? Why don't you? I bet there'll be a tremendous interest in it. The population's only getting older. We're only getting older, and more of us are going to need more procedures. Really?
That is extremely true. There is, though, some hope in that, we're finding more and more ways to operate less invasively. And I think that's extremely beneficial, extremely beneficial for our population. But unfortunately, cancer surgery is not really.
No, it's not. This particular
table.
surgery is not that. No, they got to go in, take the thing out. It's an old-fashioned cut. There's no laparoscopic here. But it's a very skilled surgeon, and he's done these thousands of times. And she doesn't have too many other attractive options, I'll be honest with you. She really doesn't.
So I think that is a family conversation. I think that is important to discuss and to consider that this is a possibility, because obviously the surgeon is presenting his point of view. Right. He can go in, he can take it out, but one needs to always judge the situation in the whole complex of the patient.
Yes.
And kind of assess a risk-benefit. What do I want more? Right. Obviously, if your mom's life is significantly affected, there's a lot of pain involved, or this thing is compressing and so on.
Right.
It just is not a livable situation.
Correct.
She is already, so then you take the risk and you say, well, we'll see how we deal with the situation when we come out.
Right.
But I would certainly talk to the anesthesiologist beforehand and bring up the concept of, memory impairment and ask if can they try to administer an anesthetic that would be less impactful on the memory. It's never 100% guarantee, obviously, but it's something that should be taken into account.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and dry this afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low of 60. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated shower in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 19th. In 1988, Crazy and Hound Dog are named the most popular songs ever on a jukebox. Crazy, you ain't nothing but a hound dog. On this day in 1989, AOL recorded these sounds that everybody knew.
Welcome. You've got mail. File's done. Goodbye.
In 1998, on his 52nd birthday, U.S. President Bill Clinton admitted to having an improper physical relationship.
I know that my public comments and my silence about this matter gave a false impression. I misled people, including even my wife.
August 19th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Erin will remain offshore, but it's still a very dangerous storm. Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan says a storm surge warning has been issued for the Outer Banks in North Carolina, and it's creating dangerous conditions far to the north.
And that large wave field, as Erin's wind field expands, is going to affect almost the entire east coast of the United States with dangerous surf and rip current conditions. So please stay out of the water. Pay attention to those warning flags along the beaches.
New Jersey's governor is urging everyone to stay out of the ocean. The Washington Post is reporting the Justice Department is investigating whether Washington, D.C. police manipulated data to make crime rates appear lower. The criminal investigation is being run out of the federal prosecutor's office in D.C. More Republican-led states, meanwhile, are sending in National Guard troops. CBS's Scott McFarland.
Part of their mission, according to the National Guard, is to help support local police, but not conduct arrests and not carry firearms. That's the state of affairs here, at least for now. But a White House spokesperson tells CBS News That's subject to change in the coming days.
CBS's Aaron Navarro reports on some clarification today from the president about security guarantees for Ukraine.
President Trump said this morning that it'll be the United Kingdom, France, and Germany to, quote, front-loaded and provide boots on the ground for any type of security guarantee, but that there will not be U.S. troops on the ground, though there may be some air defense coming from the U.S.
As to when Russian President Putin and Ukraine's Zelensky could actually meet at the White House a few moments ago, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I can assure you that the United States government and the Trump administration is working with both Russia and Ukraine to make that bilateral happen as we speak.
The United Nations said today the number of aid workers killed around the world rose by nearly a third last year. Spokesman Jens Lerke.
Most of those killed were national staff serving in their home communities, and the numbers are driven up by the relentless conflict in Gaza, where more than 180 humanitarian workers were killed last year.
On the latest ceasefire efforts for Gaza, mediators are awaiting Israel's response. Reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem on what that could be.
I think maybe we'll see something in the middle. Israel stepping up the military pressure while intensifying negotiations for a ceasefire.
A senior Israeli official said today the government is standing firm on its call that all hostages be released as part of a deal, both dead and alive. Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The Nasdaq is off by nearly 300 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield 1st Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for 1st Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting 1st Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate, representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
A Derby man has been cited in a fiery car crash that happened early Tuesday in Trumbull. Police say 24-year-old Sebastian Rodriguez lost control of his sedan while traveling northbound on Route 15 by exit 34 and struck a light pole and a tree off the roadway, then fled the scene. Rodriguez returned to the scene in another vehicle a short time afterwards, and that's where police say he was issued a summons for multiple violations, including evading responsibility. State officials are reporting a drop in the number of deadly crashes on Connecticut roads in the first 7 months of the year.
We see what's happening on our roadways. Thankfully, our numbers in terms of roadway crashes and fatalities are down for the first half of the year compared to where they were the last 2 or 3 years.
There were 143 traffic deaths on all Connecticut roads in those 7 months, down from nearly 200 deaths in the same period last year. State police are also reporting a 30% drop in deadly crashes on roads patrolled by troopers, which are mostly interstates and state highways. The Connecticut road with the most deaths this year so far is Interstate 84. And Yale University's class of 2029 has arrived on the New Haven campus. Just under 1,800 first-year Yale students have been arriving at the school over the last 2 days. The opening assembly was held yesterday morning to welcome the new students and kick off the new academic year. There was a scary moment right after the assembly ended. A large tree limb split and fell at Berkeley College, startling onlookers but causing no injuries. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident, exit 23. Parkway construction southbound, exit 9 to exit 3 in the left lane. Upper Merritt southbound, you have it exits 31 to exit 30. On the Parkway northbound, more road work, a new exit 16 to exit 21, and on the Upper Merritt going into Route 25. Wilbur Cross northbound, road work, Route 34 to the tunnel, and southbound going into the tunnel as well. Further northbound, more road work, exit 53 in North Haven. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. Stay cool and get comfortable with Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, trusted for 135 years, bringing you comfort and style. Visit SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So in case you haven't checked, apparently the Cold War is back, or maybe it never left, right? When you consider all that we're hearing right now as far as what's going on between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia. And now the key question pops up, and that's how I'll start the show off today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How deeply should the U.S. get into this? Now, what am I talking about? Well, if you've been listening all day here on WICC to our CBS News Top of the Hour updates, apparently now President Trump saying, well, no, we're not going to have U.S. boots on the ground, U.S. men and women, armed military forces in any security guarantees for Ukraine. Okay, but now some U.S. air power may or not be, involved here. So do we go there or not? Because believe it or not, it certainly looks like the Cold War is back. I mean, it sounds like, now it's not to that level. Maybe it never went anywhere to begin with. But you go back to the late 1960s, early to mid-70s, the 1980s, and when the Berlin Wall finally fell here. But, you're reading it right here. I'm looking at this story from AFP, Agence France Presse, the French press agency. Trump rules out U.S. troops but eyes air power in a Ukraine deal. How about that? Well, everybody says, don't they say, hey, if we're going to end this, there got to be some Ukrainian security guarantees. Everybody talks about, well, there has to be security guarantees. Well, you think that's going to happen without the U.S.? Come on. So, again, we're walking into a scenario here, if what I'm seeing on social media is any indication, and sometimes it usually is, oh, you want this to end, but you don't involve. Well, it doesn't work that way when it comes to Russia. The president said earlier today he's ruling out sending U.S. troops to the area, but envisioned extending U.S. air power as Western nations begin hashing out security guarantees for Ukraine before any potential summit with Russia. How about that? And we thought the Cold War was over. So this is what you have. This is exactly what you have. You've got kind of a new revamped Cold War 2.0. So how do you feel about U.S. involvement here, huh? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How about that? Oh, we've got to end the war here. Got to help Zelensky stand up to Putin. Okay, you think the U.S. is going to be able to pull a full Pontius Pilate there and wash our hands, absolve our hands of that and say, hey, good luck, Ukraine. There you go. Again, you're talking about Russia here. Love to know what Chris Murphy thinks about this. He hasn't said anything about this, I don't think. Dick Blumenthal, Jim Himes, have they weighed in on U.S. air power? Being part of this, I can see them now. Oh, Trump's crazy. He's committing U.S. air power. Well, again, if everybody's going to sit there and wag their finger at Vladimir Putin, and believe me, fingers deserve to be wagged here. The guy's been butchering Ukrainians. Okay. So then what is the U.S. going to do to help here? We can't just keep sending him money. We can't keep depleting our own stockpiles of munitions and everything for our armed forces. But again, President Trump on Tuesday today ruling out sending U.S. troops, but envisioning an extension of U.S. air power as nations start figuring out security guarantees for Ukraine. What did I tell you months ago? On this program, I said it over and over and over again. A lot of people are going to be a little uncomfortable when the security guarantees part of this kicks in. And yeah, you have to have them. I understand that. Now, he says, the president does, said that European nations would take the lead by sending troops to secure any settlement, an idea that's been mulled by France and Britain. Oh, here comes the Cold War all over again. Trump telling Fox News, quote, when it comes to security, they are willing to put people on the ground. We're willing to help them with things, especially probably if you talk about air by air, because no one has the kind of stuff we really have. They don't. Now, he's right. So what are your thoughts here? Let's get started with this. Are we stepping into a new Cold War here? I think we are. This looks like East Berlin, West Berlin, East Germany, West Germany, Czechoslovakia, all over again. 203-333-9422. Question being, pretty simple one, I think, as we kick off with this on WICC. What are your thoughts here about possibly using U.S. military personnel in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? Yeah, they may not be on the ground, but if we're going to do air power there, that means a base gets involved? You tell me. And we're already getting a lot of responses on this question. I put it up earlier. What are your thoughts here? Should any U.S. military personnel be used in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? Yes or no? Why or why not? Maybe just air power. Maybe we should have boots on the ground. What do you think? I don't think we should have boots on the ground, but can it really be pulled off without us? And do you trust our European allies to commit to what they say they will? Maybe, according to what Mr. Trump is saying. So what do you think? U.S. military personnel in any way on the ground or in the air to help keep the peace in Ukraine? Maybe to keep Russia from advancing into other parts of Europe? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC as we continue.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until August 31st with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at tricityhomesolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 5th, when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays, and be ready to receive the Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Austin Wells football jersey night. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Austin Wells football jersey, presented by Bank of America. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Blue Jays for Austin Wells football jersey night on Friday, September 5th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident, exit 23. Parkway construction southbound, exit 9 to exit 3 in the left lane. Upper Merritt southbound, you have it exits 31 to exit 30. On the Parkway northbound, more road work, a new exit 16 to exit 21, and on the Upper Merritt going into Route 25. Well, across northbound, road work, Route 34 to the tunnel, and southbound going into the tunnel as well. Further northbound, more road work, exit 53 in North Haven. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. Stay cool and get comfortable with Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, trusted for 135 years, bringing you comfort and style. Visit SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Preset number 1 on AM and preset number 1 on FM. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, so here you are. Here's the scenario. It's a nice word. It makes me sound smart, doesn't it? Let me lay out the scenario for you. At 20 past 2. Great to have you with us. 333-9422. Now, months ago when everybody was saying, oh, we got to get Putin to stop. And I kept saying, the guy's a murderous thug. He's not going to stop until he gets something. Or he gets a situation or he gets land. Okay, so we've established that now. And everybody kind of knew it. And they said, well, there has to be security guarantees for Ukraine, which I agree with. Because Ukraine's never beating Russia. They're just not. I have numerous Ukraine friends. I went to friends of mine in grammar school were from Ukraine. My son's mom and my son have friends over there. But as gallantly as Ukraine has fought, you're not fighting Bolivia. You're not fighting Chile, with all due respect to those nations. You're not fighting Belarus. You're fighting Russia. So whether you like it or not, Putin's going to want some land. You're going to have to give it to him. And you're going to have to bulk up there with some sort of security force. And months ago I was saying, oh, security guarantees. And already people are saying, oh, you can't have American troops there. And it sounds like Trump agrees with that, but he may say, hey, we'll commit some air power over there. And there are people going, he's going to commit air power. Okay, we can't have that either. Well, you're going to have with something with United States of America written on it somewhere. Because if you don't commit the USA to something, I don't know what that is. I'm not a military strategist. I never had bars or stars on my chest, my hat, or my shoulder pads in my dress uniform. I never did that. A lot of you people did out there. If you're veterans, thank you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Love to hear your thoughts on this. But, we're talking here again about a U.S. commitment to some sort of security consideration for Ukraine. Well, what's that going to be? You okay with that? I'll tell you, if some of the early answers on my Facebook question of the day are as I predicted, I don't think people want that, but you're going to need something, right? Maybe people will live with just air power because you don't have to have those U.S. men and women, those U.S. Airplanes and bombers and whatever, right on the border with Ukraine and Russia. But you don't think they'll be in the line of sight, in the targeting zone of Russian missiles here? Welcome back to the Cold War once again. Cold War 2.0. And silly me. When I visited the Berlin Wall site back in, 2006, I said to myself, geez, it's a good thing this will never happen again. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Henry takes us down to news at 2:23. Henry, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
All right, just a quickie. Give me a minute.
Yep.
And this is just not an opinion.
Yep.
Just, you were there. Listeners were there.
Yep.
There was a Vietnam War, wasn't there?
Well, I wasn't there, but I remember it.
No, but you remember people talking about it in the school books now.
Yep.
I had to dodge it.
Okay.
As I'm 75, but a lot of friends and relatives. And what was the theme? What was the theme year after year after year? We have to what?
Stop communism.
Stop the spread
of communism.
The spread of communism.
That's right.
Again, now, not my opinion. Our number one economic partner, whether you like it or not, is a communist country.
China, yes.
Right or wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so our generation gave their all
to
stop the spread of communism. Where is it now 65 years later? Communism gone?
No.
All right. No, now the poor kid that joined got his legs blown off to stop the spread of communism. And then what happened a few years later? We went into Afghanistan to stop terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
20 years over there.
Yep.
Who's in charge of Taliban? The Taliban is in charge today, are they not?
Sure.
The Taliban, so all those people now, 20 years of young kids giving their all, and it's right back to where it was.
So, Henry, in the interest of time,
can't have
I know that. In the interest of time, because I'm running up to the news here. So, what do we do with this thing? Do we commit U.S. troops? Do we just use air power? What do we do?
Well, no, I'm just saying the facts about you. You wanted my opinion about why kids should join and go fight now against to stop Russia from all this other stuff. And you know what else? I get a call at least once a week, and listeners do too. You're going to say you get calls too.
Yeah.
To support disabled veterans from Vietnam and Afghanistan. Did they tell these kids when they join, come on, join, stop communism, stop Taliban?
Maybe they
did. But if you get your legs blown off, we're going to call up Henry. We're going to call Henry to buy the wheelchair. What are we looking at here? You need to stick up for the people. It's a country of the people, and the people are just...
So what do we do with Russia? So what do we do with Russia?
Well, first of all, you got to look back on history and don't believe that you're stopping anything good. You're just doing whatever the money's telling you to do because that's what happened to Vietnam and that's what happened in Afghanistan.
So do you want America?
Kids, why would you join and get your legs blown off for nothing?
Well, because a lot of them want to join, Henry. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, thanks. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident, exit 23. Parkway construction southbound, exit 9 to exit 3 in the left lane. Upper Merritt southbound, you have it exits 31 to exit 30. On the Parkway northbound, more road work, a new exit 16 to exit 21, and on the Upper Merritt going into Route 25. Wilbur Cross northbound, road work, Route 34 to the tunnel, and southbound going into the tunnel as well. Further northbound, more road work, exit 53 in North Haven. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. Stay cool and get comfortable with Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, trusted for 135 years, bringing you comfort and style. Visit SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Experience the future of primary care right in the palm of your hand. With Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you'll get expert primary care anytime from the comfort of home. Connect with a virtual provider and concierge team who know your medical history. Use HHC 24/7 for acute illnesses to manage your medications, chronic conditions, specialty referrals, and more. All major insurance plans are accepted. Text HHC 247 to 85209 to download the app and never wait again for care with Hartford Healthcare.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Hurricane Erin is offshore in the Atlantic, but it's ruining a lot of vacation plans. This woman at the Jersey Shore.
Our grandchildren
Couldn't go in the ocean too much yesterday, and our other grandchildren were supposed to come down towards the end of the week, and they're not even going to come now.
And massive waves are forecast along the Outer Banks in North Carolina. The strike by Air Canada flight attendants has come to an end. Our Tom Hansen has been covering.
Air Canada has come out and said that it could take days for them to get back to normal operations, which of course will be a welcome change for all of the travelers who have been impacted, hundreds of thousands.
Still not many details about President Trump's plan to end the war in Ukraine, but there is optimism, as Aaron Navarro reports.
He believes there is some momentum, so much so that after his call with Putin yesterday, he was caught on a hot mic talking to French President Emmanuel Macron, saying he believes Putin, quote, wants to make a deal for me.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield's Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for a Fairfield 1st Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for First Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
State Representative from Stamford, Corey Paris, has been receiving death threats after a recent online post warning city residents of ICE activity in his district. Paris posted on Friday that people should stay aware of their surroundings, look out for each other, and seek trusted resources if needed. The post was picked up by right-wing activists online who widely shared it and accused him of revealing the live locations of ICE operations. In a video obtained by WFSB Channel 3, Paris shared a voicemail he received from one of those activists.
Corey, Philip, Paris, your house address is there for peaceful assembly, specifically posted in Trump-supporting areas. Okay? Okay, boy?
Paris says he would never put law enforcement at risk and that he was simply looking out for his neighbors. A man is in custody after he allegedly broke into a Shelton woman's home but was confronted by the homeowner. Police say the 68-year-old woman arrived home last Friday and noticed the door was ajar and found a man inside, and they began struggling. The man ran to his vehicle and drove away, and pictures taken by the victim were used by police to identify the suspect. David Pavlik of Seymour is charged with home invasion and other offenses. Police say Pavlik previously performed work at the victim's home. 3 families are displaced following a fire at a multi-unit home in Bridgeport. The fire was reported yesterday afternoon on Maplewood Avenue. Arriving crews found heavy flames in the rear of the building that had begun to extend to the upper floors. The fire was quickly brought under control, but the families were all displaced. The cause of the fire has not been determined and remains under investigation. Bethel State Representative Raghib Ali Brennan has been granted accelerated rehabilitation to resolve shoplifting charges. Ali Brennan was arrested in June and again last month on charges accusing him of stealing items from the Target store in Bethel. The 4-term Democratic lawmaker says he will make full restitution of $54 to Target. He also will be taking a 3-week leave from his committee duties as his legislative punishment. Ansonia police are conducting an investigation with the intent of finding the individual or individuals responsible for slashing the tires on Mayor David Cassetti's car. The incident happened between August 8th and 9th at Cassetti's home. The suspected time of the incident was between 9:30 p.m. and 2:30 a.m. Cassetti believes the incident was politically motivated and noted that it is an election year. Police are asking anyone who knows about the incident to contact them. And the Fairfield national team staged a crushing late rally and continued their Little League World Series run. Fairfield entered the fourth inning against Sioux Falls, South Dakota last night, down 1-0. After scoring 2 runs in the fourth, Fairfield added 1 in the fifth inning and 10 more in the sixth for a 13-1 victory. Despite the high-scoring game, hitting coach Dylan O'Connor said that the team's greatest strength is their defense.
First of all, you got the no-fly zone in the outfield. Dante in center leading the charge, and, Ben in right and Joe in left. They're just excellent outfielders, not only for their age, but in general. And then the entire infield is all lockdown. Great hands, good gloves in the infield, and pitching has just been absolutely phenomenal.
Fairfield National is undefeated in 3 games and is facing Las Vegas tomorrow. The winner advances to the U.S. Championship on Saturday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 eastbound accident, exit 5 Parkway, construction on the southbound side, new exit 9 down to exit 3, left lane is out on the Upper Merritt southbound side, exits 31 and exit 30. On the Parkway northbound, more road work, exits 16 through 21, and on the Upper Merritt going into Route 25. Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work, Route 34 going into the tunnel, and southbound going just past exit 46. Stay left to get around it. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work, exit 53, and that's taking the left lane. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So are we heading into another Cold War scenario? Really? If you're a guy like me, late 50s, early to mid 60s, late 60s, early 70s, right? If you're in that 55 to like 65 to like 70-year-old person, guy or gal, you remember vividly this whole Cold War thing, mid to late 60s, early 70s, the Iron Curtain, the Russian Bear against the American Eagle, Checkpoint Charlie, and the barbed wire, and the watchtowers and that moat to and through the Berlin Wall there. We thought all that was done. I don't know. It doesn't sound done to me. So this is why I ask you today's question, Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Should any U.S. military personnel be used in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? Look, I think people are expecting it. Now, President Trump said, and whether he just said this to calm the fires here a little bit, I don't know, maybe he'll double back on this, but he said no U.S. troops. He says that's going to be from, France and England and maybe Spain or Italy. That sounds familiar, huh? Let's go back to this golden oldie of 1968. Solid gold. And the U.S. may just use some air power. All right. But even if there are no boots on the ground, the air power is in the targeting systems of the Russian bombers and the Russian fighter jets and the Russian missiles and the Russian drones. So you tell me. Now, my answer to this is, you may be saying, well, geez, Paul, what do you think? I think if we have to have some involvement, don't you think? We can't completely wash our hands of this, because if we do, Putin doesn't stop. And again, we swing this all back to what people said was a risk of breaking up the old Soviet Union. And look, that was inherently a good thing. I'm not going to say it wasn't. The millions of people who then retain some bit of freedom here. But there are people who say, hey, as much as Reagan and Gorbachev got along, hey, it's the second or third generation after that, the 20 or 40 or 60 years after that, where people are going to start getting a little upset if you don't help them. So again, should any, I'm not just talking about boots on the ground here, I'm talking about missile defenses, I'm talking about ships at sea, naval forces. What about that? What about submarines? The one of the three legs of the nuclear triad, as they say. What about submarines? But what about air power? Donald Trump saying, well, we could commit some American air power to that. Really? All right. And again, when these men and women get into the military, contrary to what our friend Henry said earlier, I think they're told, hey, you may be joining for the adventure or for the opportunities around the world, but there is a chance we will ask you to kill someone. In fact, we may ask you to kill a lot of people and a lot of buildings and a lot of kids and moms and dads. It could come down to that. Hopefully it won't. But are we sliding now? And maybe it's necessary. I'm not saying it's not necessary. But think about this. I've been thinking about this for the last day or so. This is like the Cold War. Now, maybe it's a little different with the way the boundaries are being drawn up, with the way things are shaking out, different personalities there, different sets of armaments. But what did we do? The Cold War was the Cold War and the Iron Curtain and the Berlin Wall, because that was the dividing line, right, between East and West, good and evil, communism and capitalism. Well, maybe those aren't the exact terms that we would use today, but go ahead and tell me with a straight face, we may not be going back there. I hope we're not. And maybe we're not, but you know what? We're going to have some American commitment there. You cannot have security as we need over there if Putin remains Putin. And even if he were to leave this world today, you don't think they say the people behind Putin are even worse. So that's our question. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should any, emphasize the word any. I know people like to immediately think boots on the ground, men and women on the ground, combat fatigues, all that, Marines set up on a boundary like the boundary between North Korea and South Korea. I don't know. Does it come to that? But should any U.S. military personnel wearing the American flag on their uniform be used in any Ukraine peacekeeping force? You tell me. Now, you may be easily, disposed to say, well, we'll just write them checks. Yeah, keep the money flowing. Let them have all the arms, which is good. If your adversary has a gun, you want a bigger one, or you want multiple ones of what he or she has. But what about when it comes down to personnel there? You okay with that? If that was your son or your daughter or your grandson or your granddaughter or your stepson or stepdaughter or the kid next door or the kid across the street, you okay with having him or her on what may be the front lines of trying to prevent World War III? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 eastbound accident, exit 5 Parkway, construction on the southbound side, new exit 9 down to exit 3, left lane is out on the Upper Merritt southbound side, exits 31 and exit 30. On the Parkway northbound, more road work, exits 16 through 21, and on the Upper Merritt going into Route 25. Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work, Route 34 going into the tunnel, and southbound going just past exit 46. Stay left to get around it. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work, exit 53. And that's taking the left lane. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're live and local, and we want to hear from you on the Voice of Connecticut. Call 203-333-WICC. We now return to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9.
Thank you, Mr. Announcer. 203-333-9422-333-WICC. That's talk or text. If you're in a military family, if you're a mom or a dad of a current active duty man or woman in any of the various U.S. military branches there, or if you're a veteran yourself. Because, you know, when you look at the role of the U.S. military around the world, it's never really, now there are times when there's disaster relief or sometimes law enforcement or sometimes, you know, defense of the U.S., but there's never really an active battle role for the U.S. military on home soil. There never is, when you think about it. I mean, since that little Civil War thing back in the 1860s, we've been with fractures here and there, with a fractured foundation. There has, there's been a pretty decent unity in this country, even though we've had our challenges over the years, civil rights problems, problems with the formation of unions and the riots and the mobs and the thuggery that went on there from a lot of employers, even what the country is going through now, how bipolar we are, the schism we have politically. Generally, though, we've been pretty isolated, at least on our homeland, the terra firma that you and I are standing on right now, of needing the military here. So our military is generally, thank God, been sent over the world. World War I, World War II, Afghanistan, Iraq, Korean War, Vietnam, and we may have not liked some of the outcomes of some of these. Some were far better than others. I get that. But now, are we looking at another scenario where you may have U.S. forces sent somewhere? Now, you know what's going to be interesting? How are the people going to react if this is the case? Are those same people going to be consistent? The ones who said, well, you've got to stand up to Putin. You can't let him win, which I generally agree with. But standing up means what? Just continuing to write checks? Just continuing to, send armaments there meaning to, not to Russia, obviously, but to Ukraine, but to the point of, in some way, shape, or form, experts are saying, kind of lowering the amount of ordnance we have for our own defense and our own people around the world. So, again, you're getting these signals now from the White House saying, hey, if we get this thing through, it's going to require some involvement in some way, shape, or form of the U.S. military. Now, I can't wait to see this happen, because this is going to happen. Oh, look at this. Trump doesn't care. He's being cavalier with the military. He's putting our young men and our young women in danger, putting him up against his friend Vladimir Putin. And by the way, the Epstein files. And Epstein. You know that's going to stop. And you know who'll be one of the leaders here? You watch. Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy, who embarrassed himself, who firmly planted his cranial region in his nether regions the other day on Meet the Press on NBC, embarrassing the state of Connecticut. I can tell you, I can guarantee you, I don't give out too many guarantees. This one, you might slide this. Ask the croupier to slide these chips, these tokens into the guarantee pile. You watch. Here's Chris Murphy's statement. He's going to say something to the effect of, it's not bad enough Donald Trump shook the hand of a murderous thug dictator on American soil. This is so Murphy. He'll say, but now he has placed the lives of U.S. men and women have been placed within the range of the military forces of a guy he's trying to cozy up to. That's right, mothers and fathers, moms and dads, Maud and Frank. Trump is taking your young children and using them as chess pieces on his board of games with Vladimir Putin. You just know he's going to say that. They're probably writing it right now. Let's use the chess piece. Yeah. What do you think, Senator? That's good. Whatever you want. Go ahead and do that. How much money do I have? Yeah. How's this beard look? Yeah, okay. Oh, man. What a situation we live in. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, look at this. I'm seeing on my screen here. Hamas says it has agreed to a new ceasefire deal. So let's see if Israel agrees to it. This is another thing. Hamas, I don't want to hear, oh, the kids are starving in Gaza. Oh, there's so much starving. You know why they're starving? Hamas. That's why they're starving. Don't get me going on this. Who attacked who on October 7th, huh? Who attacked who? Because they couldn't control themselves, because Israel and Saudi Arabia were about to normalize relations for the first time in whatever. I've just about had it with hearing about everybody starving in Gaza when this thing was started by Hamas. They wanted a war. They got a war. Well, you know, a lot of women and children, unfortunately, are killed and hurt. And, yeah, well, that kind of happens in war. You think that happened in World War I? Yeah. You think it happened in World War II? Yeah. Maybe in Vietnam? Yeah. Korea? I think so. Iraq and Afghanistan? Possibly. The proposal marks an effort from mediators, says on CNN, to restart July's failed negotiations. Well, you know what? There wouldn't have been any failed negotiations in July if one side had not did what they did on October 7th of what now, 2023? Coming up on 2 years of this, or 3 years? I lose count. But spare me. And by the way, how much of this food is being intercepted and diverted by Hamas themselves? Because many of them, not all of them, but if you read enough from credible sources around the world and get your heads out of the ground, you also find out that there are a lot of experts saying, with all this food there, things should not be that bad. But again, when you start a war, war is not clean. Just because stuff looks bad on social media doesn't mean it's going to stop, because it's a war. That's why real military men and women, not campus protesters, not people on campuses going blah, 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 blah. No. Real military men and women say war is real ugly. And you better think twice before you start one, because the side that you attacked might not appreciate it. And if that sign you attacked has been attacked about 50 times in recent history, they might get to the point where they say, screw it. And it's sad. It's awful. It's awful. But you know what? Hamas could have released all those hostages months ago. Months ago. And they chose not to. I wonder why. Traffic and weather together on the 6s right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 eastbound accident, exit 5 Parkway, construction on the southbound side. New exit 9 down to exit 3. Left lane is out on the Upper Merritt southbound side. Exits 31 and exit 30. On the Parkway northbound, more road work. Exits 16 through 21 and on the Upper Merritt going into Route 25. Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Route 34 going into the tunnel and southbound going just past exit 46. Stay left to get around it. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Exit 53. And that's taking the left lane. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ready for a confident new smile? At Downtown Dental, get Invisalign or veneers with the best quality at the lowest price. Missing teeth from decay or an injury? Fix your smile fast with dental implants for just $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day.
I'm so glad I went to Downtown Dental for my implants. My teeth look amazing, and it was painless and affordable.
I smile with confidence because of Downtown Dental.
Offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental. DowntownDentalCT.com. $25,000 could be yours.
Catch the heaviest bluefish and walk away with the cash.
The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth happening August 23rd and 24th all over Long Island Sound. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or area bait and tackle shops.
$40,000 in total prizes just for doing what you already love, fishing.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bluefish Tournament, and we'll see you on the Sound.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, a lot of stuff coming up later on in the show next hour. CBS News reporter Torian Small from D.C. on today's activity between the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine. Maria Weingarten joins us from CT 169 Strong. We'll get into that a little bit next hour. The Connecticut Mirror did an interesting piece. They got access to emails and text messages that were being exchanged by the governor, the first lady of the state, Annie Lamont, the governor's staff, regarding this HB 5002, this housing bill. And apparently there were people telling the governor basically, screw what anybody says, sign the bill, and the governor being, concerned about the amount of emails. So we'll talk about that. Megan Portfolio joins us from the Yankee Institute. Of course, it's Tuesdays. And yes, if we have Megan on, she has sniffed around and found it yet another way that the General Assembly Democrats in Hartford, the majority there, are trying to spend my tax money and your tax money. And 5:30 segment, Ansonia Mayor David Cassetti talks about, I guess, his car allegedly being vandalized earlier this month. Was it just a bunch of kids? Does the mayor think it's politically motivated in Ansonia? Guess his tires got slashed? Police, you heard on Chris Williams' newscast there, are investigating. So a full 3 more hours coming up here. Again, the number, you know what it is, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. The reason I'm giggling here is because I go back to the text page, and some of the text coming in, text messages at 333-9422. Very entertaining, but I really can't read them.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Erin is a dangerous storm, and it's not even making landfall. It's the threat of huge swells all along the East Coast. Reporter Connor Barkon is in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Swimming is either prohibited or restricted at all of the Jersey Shore points. Kathy Kupo from Toms River says her family will not let a trip without swimming in the ocean ruin the fun.
No, because we're here. There's not much we could do. We paid the money, so we make the best of what we can. We're disappointed, but it is what it is. We understand.
The boardwalks and beaches are still open for people who want to spend time outdoors. Coastal flooding could be a problem later this week.
Some clarification today from the Trump administration on the promise of security guarantees to Ukraine. Linda Kenyon has more from the White House.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says this much is certain.
The president has definitively stated U.S. boots will not be on the ground in Ukraine, but we can certainly help in the coordination and perhaps provide other means of security guarantees.
What about U.S. military support from the air?
It is an option and a possibility. I won't certainly rule out anything as far as military options that the president has at his disposal.
Leavitt spoke even as NATO military chiefs prepared for a meeting Wednesday to discuss the war in Ukraine and plans for a lasting peace. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The administration said today there have been 465 arrests since the beginning of the federal operation to tackle crime in Washington, D.C. More Republican-led states have said they'll send in National Guard troops. Jake Rosen reports they're not tasked with making arrests.
They're actually going to outnumber or potentially almost reach the number of actual police officers in the city. Those Guards members for now are not actually conducting arrests. They're not doing law enforcement activity. These Guards members kind of standing around in high traffic areas, keeping a watch on whether it's federal monuments, federal buildings, etc. But they are not currently engaged in what the federal law enforcement and metropolitan police departments are doing here, which is making arrests, patrolling neighborhoods, things like that.
There is another ceasefire proposal on the table for Gaza. Hamas says it's on board. Israel is not, according to an official. Reporter Linda Gradstein has more from Jerusalem.
This senior official told foreign journalists that the government's position has not changed, and he demanded the release of all 50 hostages, 20 of whom are still believed to be alive. The statement came after Hamas accepted a proposal for a 60-day ceasefire and the release of 10 living hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners and large amounts of aid entering Gaza.
The ceasefire proposal is very similar to one Israel approved months ago. On Wall Street today, stocks are mostly lower. The Dow is off 63. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield 1st Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for First Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
A man is in custody after he allegedly broke into a Shelton woman's home but was confronted by the homeowner. Police say the 68-year-old woman arrived home last Friday and noticed the door was ajar and found a man inside, and they began struggling. The man ran to his vehicle and drove away, and pictures taken by the victim were used by police to identify the suspect. David Pavlik of Seymour is charged with home invasion and other offenses. Police say Pavlik previously performed work at the victim's home. And Yale University's class of 2029 has arrived on the New Haven campus. Just under 1,800 first-year Yale students have been arriving at the school over the last 2 days. The opening assembly was held yesterday morning to welcome the new students and kick off the new academic year. There was a scary moment right after the assembly ended. A large tree limb split and fell at Berkeley College, startling onlookers, but causing no injuries. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through to Bridgeport. Some breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is your best bet. Volume delays starting New Canaan. On 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
1 hour down, 3 to go. Boy, if you're waiting for hour number 2, it's your lucky hour. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's talk or text, by the way. I know a lot of people have strong feelings about stuff, but they don't want their voice on the radio, which is why the boss said, hey, Paul, we have a text line now. I said, all right, what's the number? He said, no, same number, talk or text. So you do the voice to text there, you type it out, and you send it to, oddly enough, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our question of the day, should any, underline the word any, should any U.S. military personnel be used in part of a peacekeeping force in Ukraine? Because we're kind of looking at the Cold War again, maybe? We thought it was over, and when did the wall come down? 1986, 87, 88, under Mr. Reagan and Gorbachev? Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. I talked to the guy who actually wrote that line, too, White House speech. I think it was David Frum, I'm not sure. But I used to talk to him all the time on another show many eons ago. But, yeah, and everybody said, well, there it is, it's over. Well, no, it's not over. In fact, this may be like Cold War 2.0. Who's going to keep the peace? Who's going to be on the front line between NATO, even though they're not going to give Ukraine NATO membership? I guess that's a key thing here as far as Putin goes. I don't know. Now, Mr. Trump is saying no boots on the ground after there was an allusion to American boots on the ground, maybe just air support. Well, air support is nice. But the air bases, you don't think they'll be in the Russian targeting system? They're already in that system for high-powered drones, destructive drones, attack jets, whatever. So it's going to be interesting to see. But what do you think? Should any, underline the word, underline and emphasize the word, any American military personnel be used for a peacekeeping force between Russia and Ukraine? Is this going to be like North and South Korea? Not that there wasn't tension before. My God, the Russia-Ukraine thing goes back 100 years, 200 years. But now with a guy like Putin, how do you know this will be the end of it? In fact, people say no matter what we give him, it may not be the end of it. So who knows? Rob gets us going this hour in Bridgeport. Rob, you're on WICC. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
What's up, Rob? Good. Thank you, sir.
Clear? Coming in clear. Okay.
Yeah.
I graduated in 1989, and I remember the falling of the wall.
Yeah.
It was just amazing. And, coming out of high school, was just, a beautiful thing for everyone because we all had to, bunker down and we're all freaked out, about World War III. In this case, too, doesn't it make sense that we just kind of do special teams and support and not get our boots on the ground in there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm, boots on the ground is like a last resort, don't you think? Maybe?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, we went through that in Vietnam, but this is a different type of war.
Oh, yeah. No comparison. No.
And granted that Russia has probably naval ships on Cuba and relies on Cuba, and all the parties together are trying to, force their way to secure their position. That's probably he definitely wants the Black Sea totally to his own.
Yeah. And what's going on in his mind, too, Rob. I don't know whether you've ever seen an interview with Putin. He's an old Soviet Union guy. He opines, he dreams of the old Soviet Union pre-breakup. Yeah.
Exactly. A lot of capitalism infiltrated into Russia, and it's definitely not what his ancestors probably envisioned. So, he's going to fight back as much as possible. But altogether, I think it's, if we can continue to support without getting directly, on the ground there, I think that's probably our best option. And moving our troops probably around proximity, like Finland and Denmark and, around that region.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, kind of like repositioning them without having them right on the front line.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But that would probably be the best that we could do in that situation.
I would think, Rob, I mean, what are the odds now? Now, again, I'm not in the diplomatic corps. I'm not a military guy. I don't have a deep understanding of this stuff. But what are the odds you're going to get Putin to move back? I don't know.
I don't think he's going to move back. I think he'll get more aggressive, but just showing a little bit more force in that region might help him. We understand our relationships with them. Hey, they mean business and we need money, but they also want their objectives completed too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and all that's in all regards to Putin, he looked like the Joker about to give a high kick on the way off of Alaska.
He did. And Rob, thank you for the call. Appreciate it, my friend. Yeah, Putin's got this look about him like you just want to. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. He does have that kind of Joker look. He does. By the way, something I read earlier this morning when I was stumbling through my condo trying to figure out which way is up. Takes me a while to get going in the morning. But, man, when I'm going, I've got a little something I want to allude to coming back. Where it's an illustration of how a lot of people don't read history. They make no attempt to read history. None. Got that for you coming back right here on WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Head to to Citi Field as the Mets wrap up August with a homestand against the Phillies and Marlins, Monday, August 25th through Sunday, August 31st. On Tuesday, the first 15,000 fans will get SNY Players pins featuring Gary, Keith, and Ron. Stay after Friday's game for fireworks, weather permitting. The first 15,000 fans at Saturday's game will receive a Francisco Lindor bobblehead from Invesco QQQ. And Sunday, the first 5,000 kids under 14 will receive Blippy glasses. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at BassoPHAC.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Discover the freedom of the open water with ConnecticutVotingCertificates.com. Their comprehensive online classes make it easy and convenient for you to earn your Connecticut voting certificate from the comfort of your home. With expert instructors, flexible scheduling, and up-to-date courses, you'll gain the knowledge and skills needed to operate safely and confidently. Embark on your voting adventures today and enjoy the thrill of the waves with confidence. Enroll now and begin your family adventure today.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through to Bridgeport. Some breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is your best bet. Volume delays starting New Canaan. On 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Say what's on your mind and say it live. 203-333-WICC. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I was taught a long time ago in this business, when doing talk, a nationally successful talk radio consultant told me, she said, don't be afraid to say, I don't know. If you're confronted on a program or you're doing a discussion, say, geez, I don't know, I have to look that up. I don't. That's why you hear me say it a lot. Because I'm not going to fake an answer and try to sound like some erudite jerk here when I don't know. And usually when I say I don't know or I don't remember that, usually somebody emails me, somebody sends me a text message. Chris Williams can look up something and whispers into my ear here on the intercom, or somebody will call, whatever, say, oh, yeah, that's right, I forgot about that. Why am I saying this? Well, there's a lot of people, a lot more people in society need to say, I don't know. You know, I don't know about this Trump and what he's doing with Putin and the other in the U.S. war, but I don't know. Don't fake it like you have a Google University history degree and you did your grad work at Facebook University. Reason I say that is this. Great piece. You can find it online at a site called American Greatness. It's a right-wing leaning site that just hosts a lot of interesting people. And Victor David Hanson, VDH, he's up there. He's still writing. He's written for the Wall Street Journal, American Spectator. And he's a real historian. He's a guy who knows. I don't know. He knows. And more importantly, he's a guy who's getting up there in age now, and he knows because a lot of people who are in their 30s, 20s, and 30s trying to talk about this whole Trump, Russia, Ukraine, Putin thing, they don't know. And he pointed out something in the past that if you mention this to a lot of people, and I mentioned it to a couple of people today, and they're like, huh? Yeah, it's kind of whatever. Now, you have these people who are, oh my, including Chris Murphy doing his blowhard routine, saying, I can't, blah, 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 blah. He had Putin on American soil at an Air Force base, and he shook his hand in a great day for Russia. I still can't believe a sitting member of the U.S. called it a great day for Russia. But again, he's got his new Kumad. He's trying to run for president, whatever. The point being this. This is written by Victor David Hanson in a rather long essay here, but here's the meat. Here's the money of this essay. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now, he's responding to people that have been screaming about, oh, my God, how could he even look a tyrant in the face? All right? Quoting Victor David Hanson, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the great FDR, openly courted, joked with, and even praised an even greater monster in Joseph Stalin, who by 1941 had the blood of nearly 20 million Russians on his hands. You look at any history book, this is me talking now, not Victor David Hanson. What did FDR and Harry Truman, they referred to Stalin as Uncle Joe. So Trump makes an overture to Putin, and everybody's eyes are flying out of their heads. And you had FDR and the government basically up there trying to make nice with a guy, Joe Stalin, who by the time this was happening, that we were trying to form an alliance with him. And I know I had a friend of mine saying, well, that's because we had to beat Hitler. Well, okay, but the devil is the devil. You either deal with the devil or you don't deal with the devil. So we were making nice with Stalin to get him on our side in World War II, and he had killed 20 million people. How about Richard Nixon? Richard Nixon did not, as Victor David Hanson says here, Nixon didn't just go to China, but he sought to change the landscape by courting Chairman Mao. Remember Mao Zedong? And there was Nixon there walking with Chairman Mao. He went to China. Mao Zedong at that time had enshrined himself in, this is me talking, not Victor David Hanson, but he did bring up that first sentence. Mao Zedong also murdered hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of his own countrymen. But back then, the internet didn't exist, X didn't exist, Facebook didn't exist, thank God, and we were able to look at each other and say, yeah, the guy's an SOB, but he's still there. And we got to deal sometimes. You deal with the devil even though it sucks. And you roll the dice. You say, hey, this is either going to turn out great, it'll turn out okay, it'll turn out horribly, or we'll have a worse situation than we did when we started. So please, Chris Murphy and every blowhard in Congress and every blowhard on the other side, give this thing a chance. Like I said, their greatest fear is not Vladimir Putin. Their greatest fear is Trump may get this right. He may screw this up 8 ways to Thursday, but he might also get it right, maybe. And if he does, oh my God, there will be people sobbing in their shorts. So I don't want to hear anything. And again, look up this essay. It's called Putin, Trump, and the Elusive Peace by Victor David Hansen. Outstanding essay. Saying, hey, sometimes you got to deal with really wretched, evil people to get them to stop doing what they're doing. And especially the China thing. You know, there are some people, and I can understand, I can't understand their argument, but I see what they're trying to say. There are a lot of people who, and I've interviewed a few of them over the years, who say, you know, one of the worst things Nixon ever did was the overture to China. By doing that, by opening up the quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes now, the business aspects of that, he created a country that is now coming after us militarily, economically, business espionage and all that. So please, look, you can hate what Trump's doing. I get it. I understand it. It may blow up in his face times 10. But this notion that we can't deal with somebody, we can't talk to them, it's ridiculous. That's the only way you get them to stop. And sometimes you have to look the bad guy or the bad gal in the face, and say, well, if you don't do that, we're going to be forced to do this. What's the deal? Figure it out. So if we could, in this nation's history, deal with people like Stalin and Chairman Mao, I guess we can try to deal with Putin. But hey, who the heck am I? Like I said, I don't know. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Greenwich through to Bridgeport. Some breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is your best bet. Volume delays starting to Canaan. On 95 out of New Haven, busy but moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect very high UV levels with a max UV index of 8. Air quality should be fair with an AQI in the 20s and 30s, and it looks like good conditions for the beach or pool, despite a chance of rain in the afternoon. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair? What do you mean? Does it not look good? It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret. No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic. Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous. I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age. Your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Hurricane Aaron is churning up dangerous swells.
The entire East Coast from South Florida up through the Carolinas, the mid-Atlantic states up into even northern New England has at least a moderate or even high risk of rip currents.
Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan. Islands off the Carolinas have been evacuated. In New Jersey, some beaches are closed to swimming. Still no meeting set for the presidents of Russia and Ukraine. And Holly Williams reports from Kiev a lot of skepticism.
Ukrainians know that international agreements have failed to protect their country in the past. But if Zelensky doesn't make concessions, he risks alienating President Trump again.
Reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem on the latest ceasefire proposal for Gaza.
What's different to start with is that Hamas has actually accepted this proposal, which it previously rejected. And the reason is that Israel is stepping up the military pressure on Hamas.
Israel has not yet agreed to the plan. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield 1st Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for 1st Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Select Woman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
3 families are displaced following a fire at a multi-unit home in Bridgeport. The fire was reported yesterday afternoon on Maplewood Avenue. Arriving crews found heavy flames in the rear of the building that had begun to extend to the upper floors. The fire was quickly brought under control, but the families were all displaced. The cause of the fire has not been determined and remains under investigation. Stamford State Representative Corey Paris has been receiving death threats after a recent online post warning city residents of ICE activity in his district. Paris posted on Friday that people should stay aware of their surroundings, look out for each other, and seek trusted resources if needed. The post was picked up by right-wing activists online who widely shared it and accused him of revealing the live locations of ICE operations. In a video obtained by WFSB Channel 3, Paris shared a voicemail he received from one of those activists.
Corey, Philip, Paris, your house address is there for peaceful assembly, specifically posted in Trump-supporting areas. Okay? Okay, boy?
Paris says he would never put law enforcement at risk and that he was simply looking out for his neighbors. Bethel State Representative Raghib Ali Brennan has been granted accelerated rehabilitation to resolve shoplifting charges. Ali Brennan was arrested in June and again last month on charges accusing him of stealing items from the Target store in Bethel. The 4-term Democratic lawmaker says he will make full restitution of $54 to Target. He also will be taking a 3-week leave from his committee duties as his legislative punishment. A Derby man has been cited for a fiery car crash that happened early Tuesday in Trumbull. Police say 24-year-old Sebastian Rodriguez lost control of his sedan while traveling northbound on Route 15 by exit 34 and struck a light pole and a tree off the roadway, then fled the scene. Rodriguez returned to the scene in another vehicle a short time after the crash, and police say that's where he was issued a summons for multiple violations, including evading responsibility. State officials are reporting a drop in the number of deadly crashes on Connecticut roads in the first 7 months of the year.
We see what's happening on our roadways. Thankfully, our numbers in terms of roadway crashes and fatalities are down for the first half of the year compared to where they were the last 2 or 3 years.
There were 143 traffic deaths on all Connecticut roads in those 7 months, down from nearly 200 deaths in the same period last year. State police are also reporting a 30% drop in deadly crashes on roads patrolled by troopers, which are mostly interstates and state highways. The Connecticut road with the most deaths this year so far is Interstate 84. And the Fairfield national team staged a crushing late rally and continued their Little League World Series run. Fairfield entered the fourth inning against Sioux Falls, South Dakota last night, down 1-0. After scoring 2 runs in the fourth, Fairfield added 1 in the fifth inning and 10 more in the sixth for a 13-1 victory. Despite the high-scoring game, hitting coach Dylan O'Connor said that the team's greatest strength is their defense.
First of all, you got the no-fly zone in the outfield. Dante in center leading the charge, and, Ben in right and Joe in left. They're just excellent outfielders, not only for their age, but in general. And then the entire infield is all lockdown. Great hands, good gloves in the infield, and pitching has just been absolutely phenomenal.
Fairfield National is undefeated in 3 games and is facing Las Vegas tomorrow. The winner advances to the U.S. Championship on Saturday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour crunched through Fairfield with police activity reported between exits 8 and 9. Parkway northbound overall is a bit better. Heavy congestion coming off of Route 7 in Norwalk going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 southbound side, heavy congestion through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And the same on 84 eastbound going through Danbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm currently engaged in a fun way with a gentleman I know that works in the business, not here, not in radio. We both work together at a network on the weekends. He's full-time. I'm on the weekends. And he is not, he did not like my comparison of the engagement with China and Mao Zedong, who may have, murdered between 15 and 50 million people, with Joe Stalin, who may have killed 20 million of his own people. And my friend's point is well, the Nixon thing was not in wartime. It was an economic thing, and the Joe Stalin thing was, trying to get sides boosted up to beat Hitler. I get that. I understand that. But sometimes, and we've been but this guy has forgotten more about politics and international affairs than I've ever known. So I respect this friend. He argues his points wonderfully. But my point is, and to not people like him, because he actually has some class, as other people, I pointed out in the show, but, to the people out there who aren't happy, well, then I ask you, Trump shouldn't be dealing with Putin. Okay, what's your idea? What's your idea? I'm waiting. I mean, there's nothing funnier, honestly, than a lot of these talking heads on other medium, podcasts and all the cable news channels. Well, I don't think Mr. Trump should be doing this. And Zelensky, well, okay, maybe you're right. But then, and use this little trick. If you're discussing this in the next few days with a friend or with a work friend or a compadre in your family, whatever, say, well, okay, maybe you're right. What's the idea? Let me know what they say. Because it's really easy, and I have to stop myself from doing this sometimes on other stuff that we talk about here on the show. It's really easy to say, well, no, we shouldn't do that. No, we can't. Okay, that's the easy part. Well, then, how do you stop him? How do you stop him? Do you think he's going to stop, him being Putin? Do you think he's going to stop if he doesn't get anything? He's not. He's not going to stop. He's a 70-something-year-old guy who was ground in the old Soviet Union tradition of Mother Russia. He hated the breakup of the Soviet Union. This is what's driving him. He's angry, and he's going to... You have to calm an angry animal here. So what's the idea? Well, we'll just do sanctions on him. Okay, and then come the cyber attacks. Then come the cyber attacks on American infrastructure. Russia can do it. China can do it. Iran can do it. North Korea can do it. They've proven it. Okay, then that happens. We cyber attack them. And then what happens after that? Go ahead, I'm waiting. Take your Facebook University or your Google graduate school degree in foreign affairs and explain to me. And again, I don't know. I'm not an expert here. But you cannot just say, well, we're not going to deal with this guy. It may make you physically ill to deal with people like this, but sometimes you just have to. It's the way of the world. As the great Maurice White and Earth, Wind, and Fire used to tell us. That's the way of the world. Jerry in Stratford's here. Jerry, how are you, sir?
Well, Paul, this is your chance to calm an angry animal and to, I forget the other thing you said. I'm calling, and I'm quite upset about the two pieces of mail I got today. The first was from Democrat Representative Joseph Gresko, and he actually has the nerve to put something in there about cutting your electric bill, including moving problematic charges out of your bill. In other words, making, the light company, to their credit, have made the bill very transparent.
Yeah.
So you can see what these charges are. And the second thing I'm calling about is that bill itself, and then I have a recommendation for your listeners. My bill includes a charge for $86.14, which works out to be a 24.7% Democrat tax on my bill. It is something that the light company is forced to charge, and it's forced by legislation passed exclusively by Democrats and signed into law by a Democrat governor. It's not big oil, it's not big gas, it's not big coal, it's not big power, it's big government in Connecticut did this to me and did this to you. So here's my recommendation for every listener, and also a second one for the Republican Party. Every listener that opens up their bill, do what I just did. I called Mr. Gresko's office and I asked him for this 1 month only, would he take that $86.14 I have to pay because of his vote out of his pocket, not out of a state grant, not out of taxpayer money, out of his pocket for 1 month out of 12, and give it to me to help me pay my electric bill, because the power company didn't put this on me.
No,
Joe Gresko did.
That's a public benefits charge. Yeah, Jerry, do you have a second point? Because I'm up against it here, time rise.
Well, the second point is, if the GOP had any brains at all, they'd be buying mailers and putting them in the light bill and advertising, hey, this charge came to you 100% because of the Democratic Party. Nobody else is responsible
All right,
for this.
Jerry, thank you. I'll get to that. We do have a guest coming up. I'll address that a little later. Couple of things there I want to correct, but that's good stuff to begin. All right, traffic and weather together, a little news, and we'll talk to Tori and Small live CBS News from the nation's capital.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour crunch through Fairfield with police activity reported between exits 8 and 9. Parkway northbound overall is a bit better. Heavy congestion coming off of Route 7 in Norwalk going into no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 southbound side, heavy congestion through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And the same on 84 eastbound going through Danbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
VoiceOfCT.com. Add us to your bookmarks and listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's check in. Let's go to D.C. CBS News correspondent Torian Small with us, and a flurry of activity there. Torian, good afternoon. Great to have you for a couple of minutes here. I would imagine things are changing minute by minute. And Torian, am I correct to say one of the things that's most interesting today is the notion of what possible involvement U.S. forces might have in any peacekeeping deal there? What's up with that?
Yeah, so the president and the White House, since that meeting with Zelensky and those European leaders, have clarified that any security guarantees that the U.S. will help with in forcing a solution to this Russia-Ukraine conflict would not involve boots on the ground. So no U.S. troops would be involved. That's according to the president. But he is willing to work with European leaders to help coordinate any type of facilitation of what those security guarantees would be. Now, the NATO Secretary General was here yesterday, and he said that there are about 30 countries in discussion to help him with those guarantees. So maybe troops will come from that area. And the president himself said that European leaders would have to front load any type of guarantee there. But it appears that the supervision will come from, and maybe the advisement will come from the U.S. But again, no troops would be involved.
Torian, is there, and I know maybe a lot of people didn't want to come on the record with you folks here, maybe some talk, Is there a notion or an attitude or a buzz there that this all of this might actually fall into place to work? Or are there a lot of people you may be hearing on the side that, again, don't want to go on the record, that may be saying, well, yeah, in theory this would work, but it's all up to whether Putin will take this or not. Are the administration officials really that enthusiastic about this or not?
Yeah, look, the administration is strongly behind the president's move so far and saying that they believe these are important steps to make in order to ensure it. The president himself said, although it was caught off camera and this is a hot mic moment, said that he believes Putin will get this done for him. So he's really talking up his confidence in his relationship that he has with the Russian leader. The concern that we're seeing, especially from European leaders, is the seriousness of Putin to accept a deal. And considering, based on reporting leading up to this, it sounds like Putin wants beyond just land swap, but a guarantee that there wouldn't be this pseudo NATO membership for Ukraine. Because, again, what we're talking about here at these security guarantees would pretty much mirror NATO Article 5 power. If one country is attacked under Article 5, that means all countries as part of NATO is attacked and they would respond accordingly. That is something that Putin does not want, which is why he pushed against Ukraine joining NATO. But ultimately, the president and President Trump is demanding, before he gets involved in the next step, for Zelensky and Putin to sit down one-on-one to discuss and hash out what exactly one party will gain, one will give, before he joins to ultimately sign a peace deal.
Hey, Tori, and finally, I'm an old guy. I remember the fall of the Berlin Wall and at the height of, the Cold War here. Anybody there that you may have talked to, or maybe you can seek out, are there any worries that this is kind of like, I don't know, Cold War 2.0 here with a defined military line here, or not? Anybody come to you with that or not?
Well, I think it's curious that we're having the discussion without having the discussion about territory here. And again, the president is pretty much pulling back. He's saying that any conversation about land swap has to happen between Zelensky and Putin, even though, as we know from our reporting, Putin did directly tell Trump that he wants the Donbass region. But ultimately, what these European leaders said came of this conversation at the White House on Monday was strictly based on security guarantees, no conversation about land swap or territory. That's something that happened later. The problem, though, that remains is whether or not Putin will take this seriously, especially alone with Zelensky, as Russia continues to attack Ukraine to this day.
Torian Small, CBS News. Torian, thank you. Great stuff as usual. We appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
Appreciate it. Torian Small, CBS News right there in D.C. I guess he's right at the White House. So there you go. Like, what did he say? It's a discussion without having a discussion. I'm telling you, this whole thing, kids, it to me anyway, it's just, what did the old Soviet Union break up? 2006, I think, is when it was. I think I looked it up before, the final breakup, 2006 or something like that, and the Berlin Wall came down in whatever, 87, 88, whenever that was. I don't know. It seems like we're you know, what do they say? History repeats itself. It's all cyclical. What's old is new, and what's new is old. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, our Facebook question of the day, pretty basic one. And now, you know, a lot of people are saying, hey, wait a minute, where did this come from? U.S. involvement? Now, let's be real here. The U.S. has bases all over the world. And although we're not really facing down China or staring at Russia, whatever, we kind of have been for years. But again, should any U.S. military personnel be forced in Ukraine, should any U.S. military personnel be used, any U.S. military personnel be used in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? All right. Before we exit the hour here and rev it up again for hour number 3, a big third and fourth hour coming up, Jerry in Stratford had called in about the finger pointing here on this public benefits charge. And Lord knows we've been talking about that for months. Now, that public benefits charge is not a completely Democratic or federal government concoction. Part of the reason that charge is there. This goes back, I believe, to 2017. I looked it up. There were rumblings, all right, that the Millstone nuclear power plant was going to close. Now, remember this, I was talking about this with our friend Dan Haar a few months ago. So what happened was, with some leadership from the Republican Party, let's be fair here, is that part of that public benefits charge was passed, or an aspect of it was passed, to say that to keep Millstone in business. And again, nuclear power, nuclear-generated power from Millstone is expensive. It's clean power. It doesn't pollute. Now, there is the nuclear waste you kind of have to get rid of, but that's a whole nother story here. But that was a bipartisan vote there. So the Republicans did have a hand in putting that public benefits charge out there. Now, having said that, there were some Democratic stuff put on there, too, and then some federal stuff there, too, with EVs and EV chargers and paying for people who can't pay their bills. All right, all that, be that as it may. The problem is it ended up on people's bills. And people noticed it about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And they got PO'd about it. And they started doing research. And they said, hey, wait a minute. What is this Millstone stuff? What is this EV stuff? And again, as our buddy Ryan Fazio says, and Ryan, this is one of his pet issues here, and he's now running for governor, and he makes a point here. Okay, if you're going to do this stuff, if you're going to have EV mandates, if you're going to have other mandates, green energy stuff, rebate programs, and yes, have a program to keep Millstone up and running, it should not be paid for by ratepayers. If the state is behind this, it belongs in the budget. And what they did a couple of weeks ago was dumb. They bonded to get rid of $160 million. Why? Because it's an election year. No. Put that as a line in the budget. Don't go taking the credit card out and running to the state bond commission.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour crunch through Fairfield with police activity reported between exits 8 and 9. Parkway northbound overall is a bit better. Heavy congestion coming off of Route 7 in Norwalk going into no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 southbound side, heavy congestion through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And the same on 84 eastbound going through Danbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
If you're in the market for Michelin tires, get to Town Fair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. With Michelin's innovative technologies designed for durability and performance, you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires over all the toughest of road conditions. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. So if you're looking for the best deal on Michelin tires, get to Town Fair because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And of course, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Got a text here. Make sure it's the right day. Jerry in Guilford, as he often does, texts me, Trump tariffs are expected to offset the tax bill effect. Standard & Poor's says in a credit rating hold. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's another thing, too. That's what you heard from Chris Murphy the other day. Hey, wait till the tariffs take effect. Stuff is going to come crashing down. Can't stuff just stay normal for, I don't know, a couple of weeks, a couple of months? Imagine, if you will, riddle me this, Batman. How boring are things going to get when Trump finally is done with term number 2? No, he's not going to run for a third term. Stop that, please. They're not going to let. He's 79 or 80 now, whatever he is. He ain't running for a third term. Just relax.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Internal government documents obtained by CBS News show the Trump administration has expanded its campaign to persuade other countries to accept deported migrants from the U.S. Stacey Lynn reports the administration's also seeking to more aggressively vet anyone seeking to stay in the country.
The administration has instructed immigration officers to look into any ties applicants may have to groups that promote, quote, anti-American ideologies or activities. According to the new guidance, if any evidence is found, their application will be overwhelmingly denied.
The Justice Department's reportedly investigating whether Washington, D.C. police officials falsified crime data. In the meantime, more National Guard troops could be heading to D.C., and Scott McFarland reports that could meet with a mixed reaction.
If they start deploying these vehicles or these troops into communities, into neighborhoods, near parks, near schools, near shops, near homes, does it have a different visual impact on people here? And is it going to be seen as more controversial and more provocative?
The Justice Department official tapped with investigating New York's Attorney General sent a letter urging her to resign from office as an act of good faith. The lawyer for Letitia James says that defied legal ethics. The next step in the effort to end the war in Ukraine is hoped to be a meeting between Presidents Putin and Zelensky. Linda Kenyon has the latest on where things stand.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says this is what Phase 2 might look like.
A meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky.
Secretary Leavitt adds if that goes well, Phase 3 would follow.
A trilateral meeting between President Putin, President Zelensky, and President Trump.
Where and when that might happen, Leavitt says that's still being sketched out. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Meteorologist Jessica Birch is tracking Hurricane Erin offshore but dangerous from the Carolinas to New England.
The reason why we want to keep a close eye on this, we could see waves anywhere up to around 20 feet in size. Rip currents are possible, sneaker waves are possible. This is not the time to be heading out to the coast anywhere along that coastline as this hurricane continues to track off into the Atlantic.
The strike by Air Canada flight attendants is over, and reporter Tom Hansen is seeing some relief for flyers at LaGuardia Airport in New York.
We are starting to see on the board that there are Air Canada flights here that are coming up as on time. For the last 36 hours, essentially, since I've been here covering this, it's always been canceled, 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 canceled.
On Wall Street today, it was a mixed bag. Stocks finished mixed. The Dow was up 10 points. The Nasdaq off by more than 300. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Summer's here. Get ready for backyard barbecues, trips to the pool, and COVID-19?
That's right. COVID isn't taking this summer off and can actually spread year-round. I am Dr. Simone Wiles, and as an infectious disease expert, I know this fact surprises a lot of my patients. The good news is options exist to help treat the COVID virus. Talk to your doctor about whether prescription medication for COVID may be right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19.
This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield's Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield First Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for First Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate, representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
Ansonia police are conducting an investigation with the intent of finding the individual or individuals responsible for slashing the tires on Mayor David Cassetti's car. The incident happened between August 8th and 9th at Cassetti's home. The suspected time of the incident was between 9:30 p.m. and 2:30 a.m. Cassetti believes the incident was politically motivated and noted that it is an election year. Police are asking anyone who knows anything about the incident to contact them. Bethel State Representative Raghib Ali Brennan has been granted accelerated rehabilitation to resolve shoplifting charges. Ali Brennan was arrested in June and again last month on charges accusing him of stealing items from the Target store in Bethel. The four-term Democratic lawmaker says he will make full restitution of $54 to Target. He also will be taking a 3-week leave from his committee duties as his legislative punishment. And the Fairfield national team staged a crushing late rally and continued their Little League World Series run. Fairfield entered the fourth inning against Sioux Falls, South Dakota last night, down 1-0. After scoring 2 runs in the fourth, Fairfield added 1 in the fifth inning and 10 more in the sixth for a 13-1 victory. Despite the high-scoring game, hitting coach Dylan O'Connor said that the team's greatest strength is their defense.
First of all, you got the no-fly zone in the outfield. Dante in center leading the charge, and Ben in right and Joe in left. They're just excellent outfielders, not only for their age, but in general. And then the entire infield is all lockdown. Great hands, good gloves in the infield, and pitching has just been absolutely phenomenal.
Fairfield National is undefeated in 3 games and is facing Las Vegas tomorrow. The winner advances to the U.S. Championship on Saturday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, police activity between exits 8 and 9 stay to the left to get around them. Overall on 95, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound is at least slightly better, but it isn't perfect. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound side, you're on the brakes through the tunnel going into Woodbridge. No accident reported right now. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderlaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty then, it's hour number 3 of our 4-hour get-together, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul Pacelli here, Chris Williams behind the wonderfully fashioned double-pane glass here. Now, we have posted a question today that I'm not surprised at the forces, at the rather responses we're getting on this question, but nonetheless, they are interesting. Should any U.S. military personnel or military forces be used in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? Now, again, the president has kind of doubled back on this and saying, well, you know, I'm not going to use boots on the ground here. He's talking about maybe tactical information, maybe some, U.S. air power there. We have bases all around the world. So I don't know what this is. What I do think it might be is you know, we're getting ready for Cold War 2.0 here, if it ever ended. Cold War 1.0. So again, Chris Williams is here. He's been poring over the cornucopia of answers to this. Should any U.S. military personnel be used in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? Mr. Williams, what do you have for us, sir?
The most difficult part of this job is weeding out the vulgarities and the obscenities. Absolutely not, says Tom. No, not at all, says Richard and Peggy. Dave said, no, let's not get into another Vietnam. No, from Greg, Kathy, and Glenn, and Frank, and Alicia. Paul said, only if we plan on killing everything in sight. Charlie said, no way. European nations should help defend their troops. And Glenn said, no one mentions that Ukraine was part of the USSR until they broke away. How do you think the United States would do if Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico broke away and wanted to become their own country? Do you think the USA would tolerate that?
Thank you, Chris. And look, Putin is an old-style KGB Russian functionary who pines. He pines. He looks longingly on the old Soviet Union. And he has said in interviews he wants Russia to matter. He doesn't think, and this is why he's doing this. And there's a not great with what he says, but there's a very interesting and informative interview that he did years ago with, I can't remember his name here, but, oh, God, I knew I should have written it down. But he did with I'll find it, a network news interview, a long interview. It's about 25, 30 minutes. And I've urged people to watch this because you see what goes on in his mind. And he just thinks that Russia is not paid attention to. He actually doesn't mention it, but he kind of plays into the thinking that Russia's a what's the offhand comment now? Russia's a gas station with nukes. And he doesn't like that. Now, that doesn't excuse what he's doing, my God, in no way. But this is how this guy thinks. He's a tough nut to crack. All right. Coming up, we're going to hear from somebody who was mentioned quite prominently in a Connecticut Mirror article regarding the past round of battles on HB 5002, a housing bill, and what may be coming up in a new round at a special session of the General Assembly next month.
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, the Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina. This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Friday, August 22nd, see Train at Mohegan Sun Arena. Also Friday, August 22nd, John Oates at Levitt Pavilion. Saturday, August 23rd, the band Perry at Richfield Playhouse. Sunday, August 24th, OAR plays Mohegan Sun Arena. Tuesday, August 26th, Bonnie Raitt at Mohegan Sun. Friday, August 26th, James Taylor at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 30th, Extreme on the Mohegan Sun patio. Tuesday, September 2nd, it's UB40 at Richfield Playhouse. Saturday, September 6th, see Sheryl Crow at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, September 9th, Haim at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, September 14th, Lindsey Sterling at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Friday, September 19th, Conan Gray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to Connecticut Boating Certificates and Fine Fettle. The Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, police activity between exits 8 and 9, stay to the left to get around them. Overall on 95, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound is at least slightly better, but it isn't perfect. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound side, you're on the brakes through the tunnel going into Woodbridge. No accident reported right now. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, coming up maybe, I think next month is when it's supposed to happen, a special session here. It sends tingles up and down your back, doesn't it? Of the Connecticut General Assembly, the governor, of course, vetoing HB 5002, that controversial housing bill that would have wrestled at least some local control away from cities and towns as to what types of housing get built, including the ubiquitous phrase affordable housing. Well, good job, great job here by the folks at the Connecticut Mirror. And they went ahead and they got a look at a whole bunch of emails as to the internal debate here between the governor, his wife, the first lady of the state, his staff members, and some others saying, hey, just sign the bill. And the governor saying, well, you know, I'm going to veto it because we had a lot of blowback there. And somebody, a group rather, mentioned prominently in some of these emails and text messages, CT 169 strong. And this woman's been on the radio station several times. One of our friends, Maria Weingarten, mentioned in these as well. Maria, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Do you feel like you're more of a celebrity now, Maria, than before the Connecticut mayor? Are people?
It is very odd.
Really? Have you had people say, "Hey, I read the story"? Has that happened?
Well, just people I know who've mentioned it, who picked up on what was happening. But it was surprising to me, quite frankly.
Really?
So,
What? And how did it surprise you? How were you surprised with this?
Well, I guess the amount of iteration back and forth about it, and the want for talking points, and all we've been saying all along is read the bill and act based on what's in the bill. And it just seems like for the longest time, nobody really took the time to do that. And so that's, I think, our frustration is just, if people actually read the bill, they may not say things that we're misrepresenting things when we just refer to language and pages and studies and we run the numbers. So, it's frustrating, I think.
Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at a quote right here, Maria. I guess it's from the governor. Yeah, quote, "I'm trying to figure out how best to respond to these gross misrepresentations before it's too late." So you're just saying you want people to read the bill and whatever happens in September, but they continue to say, they being the governor and some legislators and staff members, continue to say, well, CT 169 Strong is misrepresenting what's going on here. Yes or no? How does that make you feel?
Well, again, frustrated because we literally read the bill, we analyze it, and we let people know what's in the bill. So am I surprised that, I think we were surprised by the amount of support and the amount of people who actually took it seriously and did get in touch with the governor. So, there were thousands of emails. It's understated in what she said in the article because we know that there were almost, I'd say well over 5,000 emails sent, well over. And so it's surprising that, it was just residents who, were serious about this. And they said, these bills are not representing what we want. We don't feel that this was a good process. And so they took the initiative to get in touch with the governor. And so to me, the article is sort of meant to marginalize those voices who, were part of this democratic process. And the process includes the ability for a governor to put a veto in if he hears from the constituents that are supposed to be represented, and they're saying, we don't agree with what's going on right now. And so he did. He vetoed the bill because he recognized that, or he heard from constituents who said, there are issues in this bill.
Yeah, and Maria Weingarten is the guest, oftentimes a great guest on this radio station here. We usually have her or Alexis Harrison on from CT 169 Strong. And that's what I was saying during this whole thing, Maria, when we were in the teeth of this. My God, how dare the people, Maria, how dare the simpletons, that's what they would say, not me, how dare they not agree with something we do here at the great cathedral in Hartford? It's almost like I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it's almost like they were offended. The thousands of people said, we don't want this. How dare they, Maria, right?
Yeah, and that's really what I think everybody should really take away from this, is that this is the democratic process working correctly. This is residents who were not informed by their legislators. Why have we gotten the traction we've gotten? It's because we actually tell people what is in the language of the bill, which is what the proponents of the bill and those who voted for the bill are not telling their constituents. And that's the difference.
And that, Maria, I have always said, whether it's this bill, and I said it a lot about this bill, about a crime bill, about a tax bill, any bill, you never, Maria, and maybe never is a strong word, but I'm going to use it. I'll say hardly ever. We hardly ever see representatives, maybe using video or YouTube or saying, okay, let's break down what's in this bill. Now, this side said this, but here's what the bill actually said, which means they're either lazy, they don't want to do it, or they can't lie about it. Because I'm saying to myself, why doesn't anybody ever actually break down the language in these things? Maybe, Maria, I don't know, because one, they don't want to, and two, if they do, it's too confusing.
I would agree. And quite frankly, the way the bill was run, behind closed doors, just with the majority, and they brought out, a part of the bill on the the Thursday right before Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
It got pulled because even their own party was not on board. Then they went back to closed doors, and I guess they negotiated some other things, and then they dropped a addendum to the existing 80-something page bill, another, I don't know how many it was, 20-some more pages, and that was dropped on Memorial Day at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And then they called the bill the next day. You're telling me that every legislator who voted in favor of that bill read the bill? And even more so, I think the fact that it referred to a study that was supposed to go and be in a meeting. So the way the bill originally read was have a study on fair share, bring it back to the Housing and Planning Development Committee, and then have it voted on by everyone in the Assembly. That never happened. That information in the study only came out the week before Memorial Day. Nobody's read this study. I guarantee it. Nobody. So that's why you have allocations that are errors because they're over allocating to 26 municipalities an allocation that's over 20% of their housing stock. These are onerous numbers. That's what they put in the bill.
Do we finally, Maria, do we have any idea of what may be happening now in this special session that's supposed to come up in a couple of weeks? Are they going to reintroduce this bill? Is it going to be a new bill? Is this again being done behind closed doors? Have you heard anything?
I have not heard anything. I should say I have not heard what is going to happen. We don't know if or when. We know that they are having discussions among members of the majority party. They've even started to ice some of their majority members who were in opposition so that they don't even know what's in there.
Wow.
And so, and that doesn't even speak about the fact that, I've talked to two of the rankings on those committees, or I've gotten in touch with some people who checked for me and verified that they've not been reached out to at all. No. So no one knows what's happening except for the majority leadership, and it's just more of the same. It's more games that they're playing. It's more obstruction and lack of clarity. And again, this is why we got to a veto, is because there were things dropped in the bill. Things that maybe the governor didn't even know about. Maybe he had agreed to things, and then there were things that were then renegotiated in those last few days that the governor wasn't even aware of.
Jeez.
Because he seemed to be under the impression that things were all just opt-ins and all this other things. And so when we heard what he was saying, it made us think that he maybe has not been read in on what's actually in the bill.
Wow.
So, this is a problem, and I hope that there is a better path forward, and it's one that involves CCM. We stand with Connecticut Council of Municipalities. We stand with cost. We stand with a ton of bipartisan municipal leaders who all got in touch with the governor, as well as zoners, local zoning experts, who all got in touch with the governor and said, this is not good legislation. And it's not just those petitions that went up to Hartford. It's all of these other people who all said that this is not good policy. And so I think it's important that we that he listens and that everybody does a very good, diligent job, because this is really important stuff, and we should not be messing around and playing games with it.
Maria Weingarten, CT 169 strong. Maria, thank you, and we'll be watching this come next month. Thanks, Maria. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right, there you go, Maria Weingarten. Well, were there changes made in the bill that the governor didn't know about? Yikes. All right, news coming up, traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, police activity between exits 8 and 9. Stay to the left to get around them. Overall on 95, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound is at least slightly better, but it isn't perfect. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound side, you're on the brakes through the tunnel going into Woodbridge. No accident reported right now. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Ely of St. Antonor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Hurricane Erin is offshore in the Atlantic, but it's ruining a lot of vacation plans. This woman at the Jersey Shore.
Our grandchildren couldn't go in the ocean too much yesterday, and our other grandchildren were supposed to come down towards the end of the week, and they're not even going to come now.
Massive waves are forecast along the Outer Banks in North Carolina. The Kremlin indicated today any meeting between Russia and Ukraine would be better suited to officials rather than leaders at the moment. But at the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I can assure you that the United States government and the Trump administration is working with both Russia and Ukraine to make that bilateral happen as we speak.
Tom Hansen reports the strike by Air Canada flight attendants is over, and though it could take some time for the airline to catch up.
As of now, a flight to Toronto is expected to take off and depart on time, and that is a stark change from what we've been seeing.
On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield's Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield First Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for First Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate, representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
A Derby man has been cited in a fiery car crash that happened early Tuesday in Trumbull. Police say 24-year-old Sebastian Rodriguez lost control of his sedan while traveling northbound on Route 15 by exit 34 and struck a light pole and a tree off the roadway, then fled the scene. Rodriguez returned to the scene in another vehicle a short time after the crash, and police say that's where he was issued a summons for multiple violations, including evading responsibility. State officials are reporting a drop in the number of deadly crashes on Connecticut roads in the first 7 months of the year.
We see what's happening on our roadways. Thankfully, our numbers in terms of roadway crashes and fatalities are down for the first half of the year compared to where they were the last 2 or 3 years.
There were 143 traffic deaths on all Connecticut roads in those 7 months, down from nearly 200 deaths in the same period last year. State police are also reporting a 30% drop in deadly crashes on roads patrolled by troopers, which are mostly interstates and state highways. The Connecticut road with the most deaths this year so far is Interstate 84. A man is in custody after he allegedly broke into a Shelton woman's home but was confronted by the homeowner. Police say the 68-year-old woman arrived home last Friday and noticed the door was ajar and found a man inside, and they began struggling. The man ran to his vehicle and drove away, and pictures taken by the victim were used by police to identify the suspect. David Pavlik of Seymour is charged with home invasion and other offenses. Police say Pavlik previously performed work at the victim's home. Stamford State Representative Corey Paris has been receiving death threats after a recent online post warning city residents of ICE activity in his district. Paris posted on Friday that people should stay aware of their surroundings, look out for each other, and seek trusted resources if needed. The post was picked up by right-wing activists online who widely shared it and accused him of revealing the live locations of ICE operations. In a video obtained by WFSB Channel 3, Paris shared a voicemail he received from one of those activists.
Corey, Philip, Paris, your house address is there for peaceful assembly, specifically posted in Trump-supporting areas. Okay? Okay, boy?
Paris says he would never put law enforcement at risk and that he was simply looking out for his neighbors. 3 families are displaced following a fire at a multi-unit home in Bridgeport. The fire was reported yesterday afternoon on Maplewood Avenue. Arriving crews found heavy flames in the rear of the building that had begun to extend to the upper floors. The fire was quickly brought under control, but the families were all displaced. The cause of the fire has not been determined and remains under investigation. And Yale University's class of 2029 has arrived on the New Haven campus. Just under 1,800 first-year Yale students have been arriving at the school over the last 2 days. The opening assembly was held yesterday morning to welcome the new students and kick off the new academic year. There was a scary moment right after the assembly ended. A large tree limb split and fell at Berkeley College, startling onlookers but causing no injuries. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound remains of an accident near exit 9. Stay to the left to get around them. Overall on 95 over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound side, heavy congestion delays getting through Greenwich and again through Norwalk into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven on 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven, Wilbur Cross southbound. Heavy congestion delays going through Hamden down through the tunnel to new exit 46. On Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge, and on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
on your home laptop or your work desktop. Put voiceofct.com in your bookmarks. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And thanks once again to Maria Weingarten. You hear Maria, and also oftentimes you hear Alexis Harrison right here on my program, on Lisa's program in the midday, on Melissa in the morning here. They are the two driving forces between CT, between them, the two driving forces, I should say, behind, not between CT 169 strong. And yes, they are opposed to legislators in Hartford, primarily the Democratic majority, from coming in and doing what is called bigfooting and saying, well, you can't have your local control on zoning here. Now, they don't strip, this bill wouldn't strip all local zoning away from cities and towns, but listen, enough to where a lot of people didn't like the bill, including, some changes that would have allowed certain zoning changes to go through without public hearings. I think you could take, what is it? There was a thing in the bill where you could take some areas of commercial zoning and put up residential stuff there if it was 9 units or below. There was just a lot of cockamamie stuff in this bill. And I know it all hides behind. You have to understand something about this, folks. Well, we need affordable housing. Yes, we do need affordable housing, but there's no developer who's going to come in. You have to understand this. We're going to hear this again in the coming weeks. Well, it's a bill to build more affordable housing. You have to understand, though, developers are only required under Connecticut law to build a certain amount of affordable housing if they are building units or homes or in a development that will charge the regular price. And whatever an affordable price is for a purchase or a rent is based on census tracts and all that. So, if you think, well, I'm going to get an affordable studio apartment in Greenwich for $800 a month. No, it's not going to happen. This bill, I know it's called an affordable housing bill, but I've been telling you this for a year and a half when this thing started. This is an attempt to get back at Fairfield County, most of Fairfield County, some points east of New Haven, and some suburban areas around Hartford, Farmington, Simsbury, West Simsbury, Avon. There are legislators in this state of mainly the majority party in Hartford who want to smack around local zoning efforts in, some pretty high-income towns because these people don't want to have, for whatever reason, new developments that will pack more apartments and more houses into areas of their towns that they don't want them in. So they use home rule and say, no, we don't want that. Well, that's not moral. Says who? Property values are property values in places like Lower Fairfield County and outside Hartford and suburban New Haven on the shoreline because of the types of properties that are there. Well, that's racist, Paul. No, it's not. If a black person has $1 million, they can buy the same house as a white person who has $1 million. Well, No, I don't know. Tell me. Don't give me the implied, well, And the fact that everybody's a quiver, and it's good reporting. You should read it. It's in the Connecticut Mirror. The fact that everybody's a quiver over the involvement of CT 169 strong, like Maria Weingarten said, and she said in the past, and Alexis Harrison has said, and all the people that work with them, all they did was explain what was in the bill. See, that's it. Most people out there, they passed a bill for A, B, and C. That simple-sounding A, B, and C bill is oftentimes 50, 75, 100, 150 pages, and it's written all in legalese. I have a challenge for you. When the next legislative session starts, or even this special session coming up, if the General Assembly has the guts to put the text of this housing bill up for grabs, download the PDF and read it. And it's not just a housing bill. It's a crime bill. It's a tax bill. It's a gun bill. It's an abortion bill. I challenge you to download any bill. You can probably find it. You'll get a PDF link because it's public knowledge, right? Download that bill and read it. Try to read it. By the third page, your eyes are going to glaze over. Well, the bill simply says, yeah, it simply says, and by the time you get to the simply part of it, you're on page 80. So again, even though, for example, this was an affordable housing bill, there were little things in there. You're like, oh, really? Like my local zoning commission can't deny that? No, you can't. Well, why not? Well, because affordable housing. Oh, wait a minute. You're going to get developers to come in here and just build affordable units? Without building units they can get full price for or full price plus? Oh, yeah, that little part of it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Yeah, it's summer, but a new high school sports season is coming soon. For the most in-depth coverage of FCAC high school sports, subscribe to the Rudin Report at therudinreport.com, powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the market saw a general lack of direction this Tuesday. Stocks finishing the day mostly lower. The Nasdaq seeing a significant downward move amid weakness in the tech sector. The Dow, though, was able to hit a record intraday high, although the index gave up most of its gains going into the close. The Dow finishing just above the unchanged line. The S&P down around 30. The Nasdaq off over 300. Shares of Home Depot hit a 6-month high today after maintaining its full-year forecast. Even despite second quarter results, they came in below estimates. Meanwhile, shares of NVIDIA helped to drag the Nasdaq lower following a Reuters report that the company is looking to develop a new AI chip for China. On the economic front today, the Commerce Department said there was an unexpected increase in new residential construction in July. And a new report shows that nearly a third of businesses are likely to increase their prices by the end of the year. A LendingTree report says about a third of businesses said they expect their prices to be higher in 6 months. Only 5% thought that prices would go down.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound remains of an accident near exit 9. Stay to the left to get around them. Overall on 95 over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound side, heavy congestion delays getting through Greenwich and again through Norwalk into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven on 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy congestion delays going through Camden down through the tunnel to new exit 46. On Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge, and on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And just looking a bit more over this Connecticut Mirror story. And by the way, if you want to check this out, it's a story in the Connecticut Mirror. Emails Lamont sought counsel as HB 5002 housing bill opposition erupted. And listen, I don't know about you or about what Melissa's thought about this or Lisa in the midday. I'm proud to be part of the opposition here, only because, look, I don't live in Fairfield County. I don't live in areas being targeted by this. And yes, I don't care. I know there are some state legislators who were mad that I said this. I kind of heard through a back channel there. I don't care. The main target and the crosshairs of this housing bill is Fairfield County. And if you don't think so, man, I don't know what to tell you. A Connecticut Mirror review of more than 14,000 pages of communications sent to and from the governor and key members of his staff showed that in the weeks that followed, the governor received thousands of emails from people opposed to the housing bill, many featuring identical or similar language. So there's an inference there that they were form emails. All right, so what? You don't think a lot of people have sent in stuff about gun bills, about abortion bills, about tax bills? I give them credit here. Governor Lamont's office was particularly interested in gauging the temperature of constituents as the bill came to his desk. Emails show asking staffers to tally the number of people in favor and against. All right, good thinking by the governor there. Give me some numbers. All right. They reported that much of the opposition came from Fairfield County residents who appeared not to have read the actual bill. But again, you have Maria Weingarten and her friends in that organization and even CCM saying, no, we've read the bill. There's bad stuff in here. So that's a tactic the majority always uses. Well, you haven't really read the bill. Well, when you drop the bill, 2 days before you wanted us to vote on it, of course, who has time? Who has a life? If they're outside of the Capitol, to read these bills. These bills are not 1 or 2 pages. They're hundreds of pages. They're written by lawyers. By the way, lawmakers don't write the bills. You do know that, right? Even though some state house reps and state senate folks are lawyers, lawmakers don't write the bills. They tell staff attorneys, and I get why they do this, to say, hey, okay, we want to do this. All right, so they'll give you 2 or 3 sentences here of we want, our desire is to avoid normal zoning on certain amount of units in certain areas. All right, and then the attorneys give you 4 pages back of double space. Say, in Addendum A, subsection B, as to the procurement of property mentioned in Section A. So, of course, people can't read that crap. That's why interest groups on the left and right have attorneys who go through a bill and go, all right, oh, look at this. Why is that bad? All right, let me explain to you. And then a lawyer tells you this, and 10 seconds later, your eyes are tearing. Governor Lamont's communications director, Rob Blanchard, said in a statement Monday that the governor wanted to ensure that all views were being expressed and shared on the housing bill, rather than one group controlling the conversation. Well, good. Blanchard continued, quote, the governor ultimately did not sign the housing bill into law because of concerns he had around whether local leaders would have been able to achieve the goals outlined in the bill. No current or future politics played a role in his decision. Okay. He added Lamont has been working to add more state resources to housing construction and is committed to working on an improved housing bill. Now, all right. Understand something, though. What Rob Blanchard said, no current or future politics played a role in this decision. All right, I'm going to call fertilizer on that. But listen, the governor has a right to say, hey, if I sign this, I'm going to lose next year, assuming I run. Right, Annie? So I don't care. Of course he may. Part of the decision had to be, hey, if you have, now think about when you hear raw votes, folks, always think about multiplication, meaning, and what did I see? I saw a number 5,000 emails or something like that. Let's use the figure. I don't know. I may have made that up out of thin air. I don't know. By the way, is there ever thick air? No, I know there is. Depending upon your altitude. So what if the governors, if Rob Blanchard and the people in the governor's office said, Governor, yeah, what's up, Rob? We did the tallies here, and we have 5,000 people who said veto this bill. Okay. Let's assume a couple of thousand are in the same household. So that's maybe 3,000 households. Okay. Now, that's the 3,000 households who were upset enough to voice their opinions on it now. 2 things. What if he gets into a campaign, and whether it's Jen Tooker or Ryan Fazio or Aaron Stewart start hammering him on this bill, and then it becomes not just 5,000, it becomes people who actually read the bill. And those 3,000 people talk to 3,000 more who talk to 3,000 more. So even a couple of thousand critical emails in a state of 3.4 million people, even a couple of thousand emails, you multiply that to the power of 2 and 3, and then suddenly, you know what? You have enough votes there to swing an election. So whenever you see a certain number of emails, don't say, well, that's only 5,000. There's 3.4 million people in the state. No, that's 5,000 people like me and you who pay attention to this stuff before it gets to Aunt Mary and Uncle Joe and Cousin Steve, and they go, and you talk about this at Thanksgiving, and they go, oh, what? When did they pass that? Oh, yeah. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound remains of an accident near exit 9. Stay to the left to get around them. Overall on 95 over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound side, heavy congestion delays getting through Greenwich and again through Norwalk into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven on 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound. Heavy congestion delays going through Camden down through the tunnel to new exit 46. On Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge, and on 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, Partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Sunday, September 7th for a special celebration. It's C.C. Sabathia, Replica Hall of Fame Plaque Day, and the first 40,000 guests in attendance will receive a C.C. Sabathia Replica Hall of Fame plaque presented by WFAN. Tickets are going fast. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today. Welcome back Hall of Famer C.C. Sabathia on Sunday, September 7th. Buy tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, I just heard from our friends here at Standard Oil, folks. A little crisp out there today and yesterday and tonight, so check that furnace. Call Standard, call, whoever you deal with. Because you don't want to, it's happening, what is it, August 19th? Probably in another 5 weeks, maybe 4 or 5 weeks. It'll be a little chilly. Yeah, I know you got the flannel undies on and the feety pajamas, but you're going to go fire up that furnace. Honey, it smells funny. That happened to, when I was married, my wife at the time. And yeah, we didn't do the house, there was no fire, but yeah. So we had a little backup there. The fire department came out and said, it's usual. Just got to clean the furnace, that's all. So, yeah, we're about 4 or 5 weeks away from needing a log on the fire or your socks on when you go to bed. But check your furnaces and do it now before all these places are booked up. All right, coming up, our friend Megan Portfolio. Guess what she found? Looking over those 100-page bills. We'll have more on that coming up.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Erin has weakened and it's still offshore, but it's a dangerous storm that could cause life-threatening flooding. Alerts are up from the Carolinas to the Northeast. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan.
We've now issued a storm surge warning for the Outer Banks of North Carolina from Cape Lookout up through Cape Hatteras, all the rest of Dare County up to Duck. This means there's the danger of life-threatening inundation of 2 to 4 feet of inundation above ground level.
It's currently east of the Bahamas. The next step in the administration's efforts to end the war in Ukraine, a meeting between President Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky. CBS's Aaron Navarro reports there is some hesitation from the Kremlin.
President Zelensky told CBS News yesterday that there is no specific date set for that meeting with Putin, though he is open to it, quote, in any format, but that it should be among the country's leaders. The latest we're hearing from the Kremlin is that, quote, high-level talks will continue, but at a meeting of that kind between Putin and Zelensky, quote, must be prepared very carefully, signaling there could be some delays in getting that bilateral meeting set up for a trilateral meeting where President Trump is involved.
The Justice Department has reportedly opened an investigation into whether police officials in Washington, D.C. falsified crime data. President Trump insisted violent crime was getting worse when he ordered a federal takeover of the district's police, and more National Guard troops could be arriving. CBS's Scott McFarland reports.
Part of their mission, according to the National Guard, is to help support local police, but not conduct arrests and not carry firearms. That's the state of affairs here, at least for now. But a White House spokesperson tells CBS News That's subject to change in the coming days.
President Trump has put the nation's museums on notice. CBS News reporter Linda Kenyon has that story.
The president says he wants his lawyers to examine the museums, much like they have done with many colleges and universities. On social media, the president calls the museums, in his words, the last remaining segment of woke. The Post calls the Smithsonian out of control, saying everything discussed is, quote, how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Trump also complains there is, quote, nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future, adding woke is broke. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The Trump administration is expanding the vetting of people looking to become citizens in the U.S. Social media will now be searched for anti-American views. On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield First Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for First Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate, representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
A man is in custody after he allegedly broke into a Shelton woman's home, but was confronted by the homeowner. Police say the 68-year-old woman arrived home last Friday and noticed the door was ajar and found a man inside, and they began struggling. The man ran to his vehicle and drove away, and pictures taken by the victim were used by police to identify the suspect. David Pavlik of Seymour is charged with home invasion and other offenses. Police say Pavlik previously performed work at the victim's home. And 3 families are displaced following a fire at a multi-unit home in Bridgeport. The fire was reported yesterday afternoon on Maplewood Avenue. Arriving crews found heavy flames in the rear of the building that had begun to extend to the upper floors. The fire was quickly brought under control, but the families were all displaced. The cause of the fire has not been determined and remains under investigation. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. Through New Haven, 91 south, jamming, exit 6 down through the Merge and through Longworth. We'll cross southbound long line of cars through Camden down to the new exit 46. On 84 eastbound, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Back underway, 3 hours in the books, one more to go. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC, talk or text. Big item today, and it may affect some folks right here in Connecticut. Enlisted military, maybe folks who have sons or daughters in the military. What about U.S. forces now with some sort of commitment, maybe, to enforce any peace deal between Ukraine and Russia? What are you talking about, Paul? Well, apparently in these security guarantees, they want troops on the ground. You know, Putin says he's not going to do that. But again, you may have maybe not U.S. troops on the ground, but U.S. Air Forces now. The White House talking about that. So we ask a simple question today, Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Should any U.S. military personnel be used in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? Look, you may have to say yes on this if it stops the killing. You got to do something here. You have to commit to possibly something here to stop the killing. So check in on that. Should any U.S. military personnel at all be used in a Ukraine peacekeeping force? Now, again, we're way away from that, but all you have to do now, as I've been doing all day, is go online or look up at the TV in your abode there, and already all the news channels are making it look like it's the mid to late 1980s, early 90s. Again, these channels didn't exist, but, you know, the maps out there, and what if that area is taken, and what if that area is relinquished, and would he trade for this, and if Zelensky gave him oh, my God, this is Cold War 2.0 again. It's frightening. Got a couple of texts on this, too. You can text us as well, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. One person writes in, absolutely no U.S. troops should be on the ground. All right. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And look at that. I'm looking. What did I say earlier? Everybody, now the comparisons are happening. I'm looking up at, what is this? Oh, CNN. Yes, they're still around. And again, they're comparing what may have to happen in Ukraine now on the Ukraine-Russia border with Iraq, with Iran. There's a graphic there up. What did I say earlier? North Korea, South Korea. Do we have a scenario there where you now have guard towers and 20 feet of barbed wire and razor wire and areas where there are mines with U.S. troops there? I don't know. You tell us. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Yes or no, any U.S. military involvement in Ukraine peacekeeping?
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
Just because a tree looks healthy and full doesn't mean it actually is. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I had no idea I had 2 unhealthy trees directly in front of my home that could cause a lot of damage if the wind blows just the right way. Mark from K&J Tree Service actually came out to do a free assessment a couple months ago. He pointed out that I had mushroom growth at the base of the tree and that leaves weren't growing the way that they should near the top of the tree. These are apparently very clear signs that a tree is struggling and needs to be looked at before disaster happens. Summer is the season of storms and wild weather. You should be calling K&J for a free tree risk assessment. And remember, there's no obligation to actually go through with doing any of the tree work suggested, but it does give you peace of mind to at least know what you're dealing with. And the certified arborist at K&J Tree Service will come out and do a free assessment for you. Book it today at kjtreeservice.com. You'll thank me later. That's kjtreeservice.com, or text them at 203-248-TREE.
You get 2 chances to win millions with Connecticut Lottery's $2 million jackpot and $1 million gold scratch tickets. Enter non-winning tickets for a second chance at millions. Because everyone deserves a second chance. Play $2 million jackpot and $1 million gold scratch tickets today. Overall odds by game: $2 million jackpot, 1 in 3.08. $1 million gold, 1 in 3.19. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline, call 888-789-7777.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food. We actually work in the hospitality industry. Learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. Through New Haven, 91 south, jamming, exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. We'll cross southbound long line of cars through Hampton down to the new exit 46. On 84 eastbound, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give: peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, fertilizer alert here because I got a couple of notifications here from our friends at CT 169 Strong. Coming up, oddly enough, tomorrow, Wednesday at 10 a.m. in the morning. Yes, Wednesday, a work day at 10 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, that's when a lot of people can watch this. The Majority Leaders Roundtable on Affordable Housing will be held at the Capitol at 10 a.m. on a work day. Yeah. Let's just do this to say we did it and nobody will watch. So thanks to CT 169 Strong for telling me about that. You can watch it on CTN. There you go. So when they say the Majority Leaders Roundtable on Affordable Housing, I'm assuming it's Matt Ritter. I know I'm not the majority leader. And then, how about this? Senator Chris Murphy is holding a roundtable at Sacred Heart University with the majority leadership who were proponents and sponsors of the housing bill. You can register for that. Yes, that'll be a thrill a minute, I'm sure. Megan Portfolio is here. She's stopping by. Megan, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. I'm actually going to be watching CTN tomorrow.
Really?
It's been in my calendar since last week.
Wait a minute. You watch CTN? Is that what you're? When do you not watch? When do you not watch CTN?
Oh, I was watching it today.
Of course. You know, in radio, we used to have these things called loyal listener clubs, and you get a card, and you could get like 5% off of the donut shop. You should be the inaugural CTN loyal viewer. You should be in the CTN Viewers Hall of Fame. That's what
For reals, I should be. But just so that your listeners know that Chris Murphy one, it's at 6 p.m. and that's also on CTN. Which is also been in my calendar.
Good. Now at least
So if they don't want to watch, I will be.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, at least the Murphy one is a little convenient, 6 o'clock, not like what Matt 10 a.m. in the morning. Come on.
I know.
Well, we had it. It was 10 a.m., but we had the roundtable. So how are you? I see you've alerted us again this week in your Hartford portfolio blog about some more possible budget chicanery. What is going on here? What do you have?
Oh, it's one of like their favorite hobbies I'm seeing in our state government, and we like to create these little budget accounts.
Yeah.
So that we can funnel money into it, so it doesn't count towards the guardrails.
Okay.
So let me tell the boring part of my story first.
Okay.
And this is so boring, and I'll try to make it snappy.
Okay.
So we have a rainy day fund.
Yeah.
And the way that works is it's capped at 18% of the net general fund appropriations.
Okay.
And once that ceiling is hit, the extra surplus goes to paying down our unfunded liabilities.
Okay.
That includes roughly $35 billion in unfunded pension obligations, and then another, I'm going to say $17 billion in unfunded retiree health care benefits.
Okay.
So when we don't pay these unfunded liabilities, we pay interest.
Yeah.
And that means we will never pay it off. So what the progressives want to do, and one of the groups leading the charge, is this Connecticut project, which I wrote about.
Mm-hmm.
They have a huge war chest, millions and millions of dollars, and they actually want to take this surplus, which I think at year end was about $1.95 billion with a B. So that $1.95 billion is supposed to be headed to pay down our state employee and our teacher retirement funds.
Okay.
They want to take the money instead and put it in this weird account that was created last session. It's called Healthcare Safeguard Account.
Okay.
So they created this account. It was in one of the big omnibus bills. It was a Senate Democrat priority.
Yeah.
And when they were debating it, Senator Summers, and Senator Gordon were both like, "What is this account? There's no fiscal note on it. There's no oversight. It's essentially authorizes the Department of Public Health to spend money that's in this fund for it's quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes right now, unexpected shortfalls. So this would be run by unelected bureaucrats. So what this Connecticut project wants to do is take the money that we're supposed to be using to pay bills and put it in this account and use it for things like basically being an ATM for any federal program that's cut or shrunk, like SNAP and Husky.
Yes.
No, this is bad. This should not happen because we take that money. I don't even know if it's. I'd have to talk to a lawyer about this.
Mm-hmm.
I do not have a lawyer, and I don't play one on TV.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have these fiscal guardrails, and the fiscal guardrails clearly state that when we have this rainy day fund, anything over has to be used to pay down debt.
Mm-hmm.
This is not debt. They want to put this money in this account, but if we're going to be covering any SNAP deductions that we get from the feds or any Husky or Medicaid cuts that we get from the feds, that's an ongoing program. So you can't just rely on windfall revenue that you get from taxes because the stock market was a good year and assume the stock market is always going to be having a good year, because eventually it's not going to be good, and that money isn't going to be coming in. But now we've set ourselves up for failure because now we've got these ongoing programs. Because if you have people relying on these benefits, these entitlements, you can't just come in and cut them off. You're going to have people starving to death. It's actually kind of cruel the way they want to do this, because the only other option would be then to raise the rest of our taxes. So it's a lose-lose all around.
And Megan, did I read the other day that all the fretting about some of these federal cuts, which may very well happen to some degree or another, we don't really know those numbers yet, right? Am I wrong here? Because I'm seeing all these things about, well, we face up to this or maybe that. But did I see where somebody said, wait a minute, we don't know these exact numbers? Or am I wrong here?
No, and that's the point is I feel like I'm being gaslit by the world because we don't know the numbers. I mean, there are talks. I mean, I do predict there will be some cuts coming, and I think it's going to be based. I know at the federal level they're very big into like eliminating all the fraud and abuse to these systems, which we should all be like screaming like, yes, please, let's root out all the corruption in these programs so the money does get to the people that really need it. But I think they want to base the cuts on how we handle fraud and abuse. So it's on us to make sure the money is getting to where it needs to go and not being wasted and stolen. But the cuts would be spread out through many, many years. So they're not going to come in and say Connecticut. Yeah. And now, of course, I'm predicting this. I don't know this for a fact, but I don't see the federal government coming in saying, all right, Connecticut, we're just going to slash billions and billions of dollars of money coming to your state.
No, because you're not.
They're not going to. It's not realistic. And this is the government, mind you. No matter what party you belong to, government is government and not efficient.
Yeah, and they want to get reelected, a lot of them. And also, did I not read, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, but did I not read that some of these supposed cuts are spaced out over like 10-year cycles? Yes. And they're cuts to increases. We hear about that, too. People think it's zero-based budgeting, which I was reading it's not.
I think you're right, but I'm not putting. I don't want to put my name on the line on that one. I have a hard enough time keeping up with the knuckleheads in our state.
I get it. All right. Finally, before I let you go, we were talking some housing stuff and had Maria Weingarten on a little while ago from CT 169 because
Maria's great.
Yeah, and her name was all over that Connecticut Mirror. And by the way, kudos to the Mirror for going through what they say 14,000 pages.
I read that. I was like, oh my goodness. I said the same thing. I'm like, way to go, Mirror.
Yeah, and so what do you? I don't know whether you're hearing anything or what do you think's going to come out of this special session, which I guess is supposed to be sometime starting in the next few weeks. And
I don't know.
Is this going to be cloak and dagger on this stuff again?
Yeah, I think we're going to have some information from what I'm hearing from people that have been, sharing what they've been hearing up in Hartford. I think we're going to have some information tomorrow at the round table,
oh, really?
The majority leaders round table meeting. Yeah, so we may have a better idea on what they're planning on doing. I don't think that there. And keep in mind, this is a part-time legislature, so these guys aren't there right now, coming up with legislation. I know they are working, for the state, but I mean they're not full-time working like they do during session.
No.
There's no way a new bill is going to come out. So, I mean, what are they going to do? Put out the same bill that Governor Lamont has already said he's going to veto? I mean, does that make any sense?
Gee,
it costs money to bring these people in.
Yeah, it does.
It costs us, like the taxpayers. Every time they get called on a special session, there's a fiscal note on that.
Yeah.
So what are you going to have make us pay for everyone to come in, and you don't even have your ducks in a row? And you know what? The majority leader, he's a smart guy.
Rivers,
He's a very smart guy. He's not going to do anything stupid like that. So the last thing I heard, and this is, it's just a rumor. I heard it from someone last night, and maybe possibly October now. But again, I think we're going to have more information tomorrow. Yeah.
October?
I hope it's never. I hope let's just wait till next year.
Why, so they may not be ready to do something in September?
No, I don't think they are. There's no possible way, unless they're going to regurgitate the same bill that everyone's freaking out over on both sides of the aisle. And it's not just Fairfield County. I know a lot of people think it's only Fairfield County complaining, but no, a lot of the small towns in eastern Connecticut are very upset and very worried and concerned with how are we going to do this.
Yeah. How's the dog?
Oh, he's good. It took him a little bit to decompress. He had another trip to Boston. He's a very well-traveled foster dog.
Yeah.
But he was a good boy up there, but it was a lot of car stuff for him. So it took him a few days to get acclimated to the suburbs again.
All right. Megan Portfolio, the Hartford Portfolio blog at the Yankee Institute. Megan, thank you, and we'll be in touch. Thanks.
Okay. Have a good week.
All right, there you go. All right. Traffic and weather together, news, all the good stuff coming up. And we'll hear from a local mayor coming up whose car may have been vandalized.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. Through New Haven, 91 south, jamming, exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Over across southbound long line of cars through Hampton down to the new exit 46. On 84 eastbound, just extra cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
I get so many headaches every month. It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox onabotulinum toxin A prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. From Florida to New England, Hurricane Erin is churning up the waters in the Atlantic, and while it remains offshore, dangerous swells and riptides are forecast. This vacationer in Jersey Shore says her plans are ruined.
Our grandchildren couldn't go in the ocean too much yesterday, and our other grandchildren were supposed to come down towards the end of the week, and they're not even going to come now.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the administration's working right now to secure a meeting between Russian President Putin and Ukraine's Zelensky.
The president has always said that there are areas of disagreement in this war that will have to be discussed and decided upon by these two countries.
The latest ceasefire proposal for Gaza isn't new.
What's different to start with is that Hamas has actually accepted this proposal, which it previously rejected.
Reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem. Israel has not accepted the agreement this time around. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield's Republican State Senator Tony Wong is petitioning for a special election to run for Fairfield 1st Selectman. Wong made the announcement earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC.
I am announcing my candidacy for First Selectman of Fairfield in the special election.
The August 15th deadline to determine if acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale would permanently hold the position expired, leaving the seat previously occupied by the late Bill Gerber open. Wong is a Fairfield resident who has served in the state Senate, representing the 28th District, which includes Fairfield, since 2014, and prior to that was a Fairfield state representative since 2008.
Fairfield's been my home and my inspiration for over 25 years. It's been fantastic for my family and my children, and I believe deeply in our town's strength, resilience, and shared future. All of that is saying that it's time for me to come home.
Stanford State Representative Corey Paris has been receiving death threats after a recent online post warning city residents of ICE activity in his district. Paris posted on Friday that people should stay aware of their surroundings, look out for each other, and seek trusted resources if needed. The post was picked up by right-wing activists online who widely shared it and accused him of revealing the live location of ICE operations. In a video obtained by WFSB Channel 3, Paris shared a voicemail he received from one of those activists.
Corey, Philip, Paris, your house address is there for peaceful assembly, specifically posted in Trump-supporting areas. Okay? Okay, boy?
Paris says he would never put law enforcement at risk and that he was simply looking out for his neighbors. A Derby man has been cited in a fiery car crash that happened early Tuesday in Trumbull. Police say 24-year-old Sebastian Rodriguez lost control of his sedan while traveling northbound on Route 15 by exit 34 and struck a light pole and a tree off the roadway, then fled the scene. Rodriguez returned to the scene in another vehicle a short time after the crash, and police say that's where he was issued a summons for multiple violations, including evading responsibility. Ansonia police are conducting an investigation with the intent of finding the individual or individuals responsible for slashing the tires on Mayor David Cassetti's car. The incident happened between August 8th and 9th at Cassetti's home. The suspected time of the incident was between 9:30 p.m. and 2:30 a.m. Cassetti believes the incident was politically motivated and noted that it is an election year. Police are asking anyone who knows about the incident to contact them. State officials are reporting a drop in the number of deadly crashes on Connecticut roads in the first 7 months of the year.
We see what's happening on our roadways. Thankfully, our numbers in terms of roadway crashes and fatalities are down for the first half of the year compared to where they were the last 2 or 3 years.
There were 143 traffic deaths on all Connecticut roads in those 7 months, down from nearly 200 deaths in the same period last year. State police are also reporting a 30% drop in deadly crashes on roads patrolled by troopers, which are mostly interstates and state highways. The Connecticut road with the most deaths this year so far is Interstate 84. Bethel State Representative Raghib Ali Brennan has been granted accelerated rehabilitation to resolve shoplifting charges. Ali Brennan was arrested in June and again last month on charges accusing him of stealing items from the Target store in Bethel. The four-term Democratic lawmaker says he will make full restitution of $54 to Target. He also will be taking a 3-week leave from his committee duties as his legislative punishment. Yale University's class of 2029 has arrived on the New Haven campus. Just under 1,800 first-year Yale students have been arriving at the school over the last 2 days. The opening assembly was held yesterday morning to welcome the new students and kick off the new academic year. There was a scary moment right after the assembly ended. A large tree limb split and fell at Berkeley College, startling onlookers but causing no injuries. And the Fairfield national team staged a crushing late rally and continued their Little League World Series run. Fairfield entered the fourth inning against Sioux Falls, South Dakota last night, down 1-0. After scoring 2 runs in the fourth, Fairfield added 1 in the fifth inning and 10 more in the sixth for a 13-1 victory. Despite the high-scoring game, hitting coach Dylan O'Connor said that the team's greatest strength is their defense.
First of all, you got the no-fly zone in the outfield. Dante in center leading the charge, and Ben in right and Joe in left. They're just excellent outfielders, not only for their age, but in general. And then the entire infield is all lockdown. Great hands, good gloves in the infield, and pitching has just been absolutely phenomenal.
Fairfield National is undefeated in 3 games and is facing Las Vegas tomorrow. The winner advances to the U.S. Championship on Saturday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
91 northbound accident, exit 6 in New Haven has things backed up to the 95 merge. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway overall is only slightly better. Wilbur Cross southbound side, long line of cars through Hampton down to new exit 46, and 84 eastbound busy but moving Danbury and Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to open phones, text messages as well, emails, however you'd like to come on into the program here for the last 20 minutes or so at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. As I tell you when I always talk about crime here, I know crime. I've had a family member killed. I've had family members mugged. We had our family business broken into, our house broken into. I've had a car stolen and a car vandalized. I got to tell you something. When somebody does something to your stuff, like your car, you just say, what are you doing here? And it also happens to apparently elected officials here, according to a story here that I'm looking at in the Valley Independent Sentinel, where the tires slashed on a vehicle owned by the mayor of Ansonia. Mayor David Cassetti is here to talk about that. Mayor, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul. How you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. 5 by 5, Mayor. Hope all is well. So what happened here? Tell people about I see this story out there.
Last Friday, the 8th, I believe it was, I was up in Naugatuck.
Yeah.
I was meeting with some people from the Council of Governments, but prior to that, I was with my boxing coach. I run a boxing program up at the Naugatuck YMCA, and I was with some of the coaches.
Yeah.
And then I left, and I went home. I got home about 10:15. I parked in my driveway, and I went to bed. But I get up early. I'm an early riser. I only need like 4 hours sleep.
Okay.
And I come down my office, and then I notice as I'm driving down the highway, I hear a rumbling. I said, what the hell is that? So I pull into the Walsall Park area, and I look, and I got a flat tire. I said, how the hell did that happen? So I called Frank's service station. He came out and changed the tire.
Okay.
And he says, it looks like somebody slit your tire, Mayor.
Oh.
I said, really? I said, so I didn't think nothing of it. That was only one tire. So he fixed it. I drove to my office. I did my paperwork.
Yeah.
And about 11:30, a friend of mine called me and said, Mayor, you got a flat tire. I said, yeah, I know. I had a flat tire. He said, no, your other side. I go out and look. Somebody had slashed both of them.
Wow.
They probably didn't go deep enough, so they were slow leaks.
Yeah.
And I had it fixed by what you call it. It's a city vehicle. You know, the residents give every mayor a city vehicle.
Sure.
And I had new tires put on. I got a good price from Isaac's Tire in Derby in Ansonia.
Yeah.
And I fixed them, but. You know, I reported it to the police. I said, I just want to let you know that so they made a police report.
Yeah.
That becomes public information.
Yeah.
And then I guess my opponents and the news got a hold of it, and they're trying to make a thing about it. So I don't know.
Well,
they're asking me questions on where I was. I said, what does that matter? But regardless,
So listen, Mayor, let me and we don't want to mention any names or allusions here, but could it be just some crank, or is there a political thing going on here? Anything about that?
It's very suspect. I have to tell you.
Yeah.
It's the silly season. All right, it's the silly season now with the election.
Yeah.
And I know that my opponents want me completely out because I'm a strong force for good.
Okay.
And they hate that because they want to be able to be in charge, but they'll go at any extreme to do anything and say anything and accuse me of anything. They don't care, but I don't know. It may be a pattern. That's all I'm saying. We'll see what happens in the coming months.
All right. Mayor David Cassetti of Ansonia. Mayor, always good to have you on. Stay in touch, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, there you go. All right, so the mayor, that's the worst, too, when you're driving along and you start to feel like, wait a minute, that sounds. Now, I have the tire pressure system, and all cars do, I guess, to some extent or another. And when my monitor goes off on my tires, I get a very loud, piercing kind of, like I can't even duplicate it here. So, were the tires on Mayor Cassetti's car? Well, you would have to say they were slashed. What are the odds you're going to have two flat tires within a few hours? So that's not the question. Who did it? Who done it? We're not accusing anybody of slashing his tires, but like the mayor said, could be the silly season. We don't know. So good thing that the great Mayor of Ansonia, David Cassetti, is safe. Let's do a break. We'll do traffic and weather together. Call a few stories here to wind it down right here on WICC.
The Center for Family Justice proudly presents the 28th Annual Speaking of Women Luncheon, featuring Beverly Gooden, September 9th at the Waterview in Monroe. Beverly Gooden is an author, activist, and creator of the viral social media movement, #WhyIStayed. Speaking of Women helps CFJ provide crisis and supportive services to victims of domestic and sexual violence in 6 local communities. For tickets and info, visit centerforfamilyjustice.org.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 northbound accident, exit 6 in New Haven has things backed up to the 95 merge. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour crash through Fairfield Parkway overall is only slightly better. Wilbur Cross southbound side long line of cars through Hampton down to new exit 46 and 84 eastbound busy but moving Danbury and Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. Below near 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s. There may be an isolated shower in the afternoon. Thursday, sunny with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, thanks to Ansonia Mayor David Cassetti. Hey, if you know anything about the mayor's tires allegedly getting slashed, call the cops. I'm dead serious. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Apparently, the White House is not backing off, having some National Guard troops in D.C., the 5th Airborne Division, the Army Rangers. I'm kidding. White House says they have made, since these new, now again, how much are these numbers higher than usual? I don't know. But Attorney General Pam Bondi says that since the Trump D.C. crackdown has began, They made 465 arrests and seized 68 guns off the street. And I notice now you're starting to get a little less bitching and moaning about this. Remember, we had that story yesterday in The Hill that reported the Democratic strategists are telling elected officials, stop complaining about the Trump thing in D.C. Because a lot of people in D.C., I almost fell off my chair. Somebody interviewed a couple of black residents of D.C., a major network, and they said, yeah, they kind of like it. Somebody said, I don't hear gunshots at night anymore. My God, they actually did that. AG Pam Bondi says 465 people have been arrested, 68 guns seized since the president started his public safety crackdown earlier in the month. 52 arrests were made on Monday night alone, including an alleged MS-13 gang member. 9 guns were also recovered. See, this is why the strategists are right. If you're going to be a Democratic candidate or a critic of Trump, you're going to go out there and complain and whine and bitch and moan that they got 9 guns off the street, they got an MS-13 gang member off the street, and they made 52 arrests on Monday night. 52 in one night. And you have people protesting. Oh, by the way, yes, somebody else mentioned something to me very perceptive. He sent me some, I guess there were protests over the weekend, give us our city back, whatever. And a friend of mine writes, he goes, hey, do you notice something about this video? And I'm looking at it. And he goes, you see all the protesters? They're young and white. You notice how very, very rarely, unless it's something that was horrible like George Floyd, but you never really see Hispanic Americans, African American, black folks who live in crime-ridden neighborhoods. Do you ever really see them in these phony AstroTurf protests? No. They want safe neighborhoods too. FBI Director Kash Patel. Let's see, 21. When did he send this out? This is today from FBI Director Kash Patel. 21 more arrests made by the FBI in D.C. last night. 4 guns recovered. We had 6 drug seizures, charges filed, including felony assault, larceny, drug offenses, assault on an officer, and more. Federal partners have helped arrest over 450 individuals since this operation began. Yeah, go complain about that. See how that works come Election Day. This doesn't make any sense, the complaining about this. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Put the guard on the streets of Connecticut. No, I know. Listen, kudos. The New Haven PD, the Bridgeport PD, Hartford, they're actually having pretty good years. The homicides are way down in all 3 spots. Now, there's a lot of other spots out there. But my God, you folks there, you're complaining against Trump, forget the crime stuff. Just the way the Biden people shot themselves in the foot saying, hey, the economy's great. Look at all these numbers. People don't give a crap about numbers. Because if somebody gets mugged on their street, if somebody's car gets broken into, if somebody's car gets stolen, if they get carjacked, if there's a home invasion, that travels faster than numbers. Jack in Stamford. Jack, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm living the dream, buddy. What do you got?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I was listening to that Megan lady and stuff, and I always like her. She was talking, but this is the problem. They got flushed with cash at a few things, and they give people a taste of some more benefits, et cetera. Now, we got to scramble, et cetera, et cetera. The rest of us, we can't keep paying all the taxes here.
Well, we are. Well, we are. I don't see it ending.
Well, no. You'll be moving from the home office down in Florida or Tennessee or something.
No,
and,
I like it too much. I like it too much up here. I really do.
You won't when they start when there's a threshold and everything, or you'll move down part year, etc.
Okay,
You'll move down there and you'll break your residency in Connecticut. And just say, "Oh, I'm a non-resident. I'm a resident of Tennessee." I mean, did I mention it to you? I don't remember.
Yeah.
There's somebody else has announced running for South Carolina governor. I mean, she whatever, it doesn't matter. But part of her platform, I'm going to repeal the income tax. Up in Connecticut, all they keep saying is we're going to keep tax.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Up here? Come on.
Yeah, and when Lamont's done, they'll be bringing tolls back too. Don't you worry about that.
Listen, Jack. I've been saying, listen, when he's done, and I don't care who the next governor is, Susan Bysiewicz, William Tong, whatever, the next guy or gal, I'm guessing there's a couple of D's who I don't think would be horrible, but the next guy or gal, Jack, who becomes governor on the Democratic ticket in this state, they're going to make Ned Lamont look like Ronald Reagan. I'm telling you. Yeah. I'm telling you.
And that's what you have to go to look forward to. I keep saying it. If they're looking for this money, because what they'll do is, who's that one that is the female representative with the purple hair? Is it Lauren?
No, Rosa.
I only know my guy.
Rosa
I don't know, why doesn't she go? Why doesn't she or any of these other Democrats? I mean, you would think that the state legislature guy would talk to her and say, "Hey, listen, we need you to repeal that law at the federal government and allow us to tax the pensions of all the people that have left."
Yeah, well,
I mean, what does she care? They're not voting for her anymore. They've moved out of the state.
They don't
Jam
care.
them up, source the pension back, and tax that and everything, and give those of us that are still here a little bit of a break, etc.
Yeah.
We got the weed money coming in. We've got the gambling money coming in.
Yeah.
And we still can't balance the budget.
No.
We don't have enough money.
Of course not. And Jody Rell used to tell me all the time when I had her on my shows in New Haven years ago, she used to say, Paul, in any one giving reporting period, she goes, 55. She used to tell me all the time, and Jack, you probably see this, 45 to 55% of the state's tax revenue is Fairfield County.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of like the speeding and all that. There's no speeding down here in Fairfield County on I-95.
No, you can't. No.
I mean, one of my colleagues went up to see the Elvis thing the other night up at the reservation.
Yeah.
And it took him 3 hours to get up there for Friday.
Well,
he came back in an hour and a half.
He should have stayed on Thursday night. Oh man, are you kidding me? 3 hours.
I have a friend that says, "Hey, why don't you?" They live in Fairfield. Maybe I'll run for mayor. But they said, "Why don't we go up for dinner and stuff?" So I always want to try and find a place near the train station because I'll take the train from Stamford up in 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. Jack,
drive it.
Got to run, my friend. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. 3 hours to get. Oh my God. Yeah, the traffic. It's just from the New York line to basically the Fairfield Rest or Bridgeport. It is just, when did I do that? Oh, I came back on, I went to see my son. I drove down to the city, got there, no problem, on Juneteenth. That was a holiday for us here at Connoisseur. So had the day off. I said to my son, hey, let's go out for lunch. I haven't seen him in a while. And I got down there. I flew down an hour and, now this is coming from Wallingford, though, middle of the state. Hour and what, 30, 35, 40 maybe, something like that. On the way back, 3 hours. No, more, 3.5. And I left like a little before rush hour. Oh, geez. Ooh, my God. All right, one more time, and we got another story here. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 northbound accident, exit 6 in New Haven has things backed up to the 95 merge. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway overall is only slightly better. Wilbur Cross southbound side long line of cars through Hampton down to New exit 46 and 84 eastbound busy but moving Danbury and Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 60. It'll be in the 50s inland. Partly sunny tomorrow, mid-70s with an isolated afternoon shower. Sunny on Thursday with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
A couple things here before we wrap up. Big story here, big screaming headline. We've heard this. State regulators warn of rate shock as health insurers seek double-digit premium hikes for 2026. Connecticut residents who rely on the Affordable Care Act marketplace and small group health plans may soon face big increases in 2026 premiums. Whenever we have a story like this, whether it's the Obamacare places, exchanges, I should say, or regular insurance. Now, look, they're going to bitch and cry and moan to the insurance companies, the Affordable Care Act or whatever. Nobody ever asks why. And again, I'm not out bashing any healthcare providers. We have great healthcare providers in this state. But the basic question is never asked. Why are hospitals, why do doctors' offices, why do clinics charge so much for this stuff? Your insurance goes up because the claims are expensive. And when the claims are expensive and your insurance goes up, your premiums go up. But everybody will blame the state. Everybody will blame Obamacare. Everybody will blame the greedy insurance companies, which, by the way, are publicly held companies and a lot of people's retirement accounts. Okay, well, the insurance companies, right, when they say, well, this is what we have to pay for these services. No, you watch. Very few people, if any, have the guts to ask the hospitals, hey, what are you charging? Why is this X-ray cost so much, right? And maybe there is a justification for it. I don't know. And this, too, from ESPN. Sources say the Connecticut Sun are eyeing more options with the WNBA to salvage the sales. So remember, a couple of weeks ago, everybody thought this was a done deal here. So the Mohegan Tribe, which has owned the franchise since buying and relocating the Orlando Miracle in 2003, is seeking clarity. That's always a nice word. Clarity on the league's desired path forward for the organization. So now remember, the NBA essentially runs the WNBA. Now listen, they're never going to say this. They want this team out of Connecticut as fast as possible. Corporate advertisers are probably telling them having a team in Uncasville, Connecticut, that's a, yawn. Nothing against the state, but they want a bigger market, even if you put them in Hartford. It doesn't move corporate advertisers. Will they end up in Boston? Will there be lawsuits? Who knows? All right, Chris Williams, thank you. Andrew on traffic, thank you. And Paul on the weather. This is me saying bye-bye to you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCoy. Hurricane Erin will remain offshore, but it's still a very dangerous storm. Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan says a storm surge warning has been issued for the Outer Banks in North Carolina, but it'll create dangerous conditions farther north.
And that large wave field, as Erin's wind field expands, is going to affect almost the entire east coast of the United States with dangerous surf and rip current conditions. So please stay out of the water. Pay attention to those warning flags along the beaches.
CBS's Aaron Navarro reports on on some clarification today from the president about those security guarantees for Ukraine.
President Trump said this morning that it'll be the United Kingdom, France, and Germany to, quote, front-load it and provide boots on the ground for any type of security guarantee, but that there will not be U.S. troops on the ground, though there may be some air defense coming from the U.S.
As to when Russia President Putin and Ukraine Zelensky could actually meet at the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I can assure you that the United States government and the Trump administration is working with both Russia and Ukraine to make that bilateral happen as we speak.
There is a federal criminal investigation now into the crime stats in the nation's capital. Linda Kenyon reports.
President Trump declared a crime emergency in Washington, D.C. August 11th, federalized the D.C. Police Department, and brought in the National Guard. He did so even as D.C. crime statistics show crime significantly down. Now the Justice Department is investigating to see if the stats were manipulated. This investigation comes amid a report that one police commander was placed on leave over questions about the stats. However, the president's first interim U.S. attorney in D.C. stated violent crime was down during Trump's first 100 days in office.
The UN said today last year was the deadliest ever for aid workers around the world. Spokesman Jan Lerke.
Today's grim statistic is that last year, 2024, a shocking number of aid workers were killed, and we have seen a 31% increase.
Many international tourists feel they're not welcome in the U.S. as they once were. Matt Piper has that.
Las Vegas resorts, convention centers, and even casinos are reporting fewer visitors this summer. The city says it welcomed about 3 million tourists in June, an 11% drop from June last year. The mayor says tourism from Canada, what was its largest international market, has dried up. The head of the Culinary Workers Union is calling it the Trump slump, blaming it on tariffs and people being afraid of his immigration crackdown.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. The Nasdaq was off more than 300 points. The S&P 500 down for the third day. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, bringing you one of Melissa in the Morning's favorite moments.
We focus a lot on the importance of supporting our fire departments. And in fact, just this month, we had the comptroller on for the state of Connecticut talking about one of our volunteer fire departments having to shut down in Meriden. And one of the reasons was because of a lack of people, volunteers, but also because of lack of money. And so I was really excited to see a new release come out this week from the National Volunteer Fire Council. They've teamed up with State Farm